Right, top of the morning. Let me turn this up a little. Top of the evening, top of the night, whatever time zone you are on. We are live. Hello, everybody. Moment of silence for all those who have lost their lives. To make sure my microphone is good. Okay, so I have to switch. We are live. Hello, everybody. Okay. Moment of silence for all those who have lost their lives. Let me break this down a little. Okay, let me get that extra out the way. Okay, you see the title. Like I said, it's been a minute and I'm catching up on things. And I would have went live much earlier this morning, but I said, sleep had me. I wanted to lay down just a little while longer. However, I am here now. And let's get to this music. Share on that. Let's go to use Zoom. Back on Zoom. Back on Zoom. Okay, Zoom. Wait a minute. It's the wrong one. Wait. That's the right one. Hold on. Go into this. Here we go. Here we go. Sorry.
He took the sample, my shit is plastic, here's an example. And we nice it up on the rhythm, so then he wanna spice it up on the rhythm. See, this is X Factor, we took the sample, my shit is plastic, here's an example of how we nice it up on the rhythm, so then he wanna spice it up on the rhythm. You know I'm only here till I got the plane so I can go like a banana. Ripped up jeans and a Balenciaga bomber, with dressed in polite to sing Sha'carri. I'm in the short natural like a Lola Falana. First true giants, code name Black Latana. Reach a girl and got a headgear from Botswana. With no boss like my backyard, you will wonder. Cause I'm in watch fashion, we go bananas. Watch fashion, we go bananas. Watch fashion, we go bananas. I'm big original, I turned the paradigm. Call me the red man, call me the mastermind. See how I slice it up on this rhythm. So many wanna slice it up on this rhythm. I'm the original, I burn the paradigm. So many, the minute. See how we slice it up on this rhythm. So many wanna slice it up on this rhythm. So stop acting like you didn't grow up singing my songs. I swoop down on this beach like I had wings on my arms. Transcendent, speak truth like I wrote the amendments. Sorry if you offended, it's the truth that remains. Birds, bees, and trees are probably tell you the same. Mention my name, it's the same. They like to the brain. How she still doing the thing, how she should raise the plane. Conquer before we came, we conquer before we came. Emojis in all flames. And the game was never the same.
Never the same.
And the game was never the same. And I'm the original, I brought the paradigm. Call me the red tape color, call me the messenger. See how we slice it up on this rhythm. So many wanna slice it up on this rhythm. See, this is X Factor, he took the sample. My shit is plastic, it's an example of how we slice it up on this rhythm. So many wanna slice it up on this rhythm. See, this is X Factor, he took the sample. My shit is plastic, here's an example of how we slice it up on this rhythm. So many wanna slice it up on this rhythm. Now this is X Factor, he took the sample. This shit is plastic, here's an example of how we slice it up on this rhythm. Wanna slice it up on this rhythm. See how we slice it up on this rhythm. So many wanna slice it up on this rhythm. Yo, this is X Factor, he took the sample. My shit is plastic, here's an example of how we slice it up on this rhythm. So many wanna slice it up.
seen somebody in here talking about wow, Trump won. Let's not deflect away from the facts, and we don't ever deflect away from the facts. Math is provable, solvable. You can solve math problems. 1 + 1 = 2. 4 + 2 = 6. You can solve for math. The counts don't lie. They count it by hand. You can either add or subtract, or you can't. So we're not doing foolishness on this channel. That's why it's called No Nonsense News. Okay. Let me check this. The counts don't lie. Still a little delay. All right. So, having said that, let's get off into this. Hello, everybody. Let's remember this. If we can look up, we can get up, we can get up, we can go. Where we deal with the facts over here. We believe science. We believe in science. And math is the subject area that is 100% absolute and concrete. You can always solve for math. Let me say it again for the ones who may be new over here. You can always solve for math. That's the subject area that's always absolute and concrete. It's always solvable. And when you get your answers, they're unrefutable. When you get the right answers. Let's be clear about that. Now, while I'm right here. Oh, here. Okay. Edges, my edges, my edges. I'm right here. See, for people who like to pontificate and speculate, people who regularly support this channel already know. And for those who like to view from the bushes or just pop in, want to know, well, what is that? What is that? When I'm coming for the evidence and I'm talking from a scientific perspective, is a reason why. Get real good. My name right there. Real good. Digital forensics, assurance and security, digital forensics, information security. That's science. I have 2 science degrees. That deal with technology. Don't come over here with dumb stuff and foolishness. And the basis of technology is math, which is always solvable. Now, having said that, now that we got that out the way, let's move on. Because I don't like showing this often because of that magna cum laude on there, and there should have been summa cum laude, but I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. Whatever. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. It is what it is. All right. Let's get to this. Graphic. Let me update my title real quick in real time. So YouTube won't be on no foolishness because it's gonna get graphic over here. Viewers' discretion is advised. Let me put it on here real quick. Let me put it in here real quick before YouTube's filters and parameters. They're artificial intelligence, and that's what it is. Uh, just filter or uh, zoom in on my channel. That's funny. Okay. I see you. I see you. And shout out. Now, this is my side note. Shout out to all good beauticians and former good beauticians. See, uh, I need my old beautician back because my hair would not be looking like this, and the show wouldn't be this long. Ah, let the healing virtue hit my beautician now. My hair needs some help, and that's my side. No, that's my pivot. Now let me get back on task. All right. So what I'm doing right now in real time is I'm updating this title so I can put graphic on here. Put graphic in here. Oh, I'm gonna be over words. I'm gonna be over words. Okay. So we're gonna do this like this right here. I'll put it in the description instead of the title. Parental consent. And that's period. Save that. Yeah. All right. So we got that out the way. We have that out the way. I'm gonna refresh. Make sure it's showing up in my description. Yeah, there we go. Very good. Now, now let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to this stuff right here. My. Do the share on this. People just want to see talk. All right. No nonsense news. We stay actively engaged. We do the work. So we stay actively engaged. We do the work. We don't care who get elected. We don't care who's in our office. We do the work. And we hold those elected officials and all officials, no matter what position they are in, accountable. Because who pay their salary? The people pay their salary. How do they get paid? Off the taxpayers' back. Let's be clear about that. We always do the work. Now, graphic content, parental consent, viewers' discretion is advised. No nonsense news. I'm not with the foolishness. Oh, we'll get to why pro-Trump supporters are getting maybe disbarred. Okay. And I'm going to say it again for those who are in support of Trump or in support of just lack of evidence. Where's your proof? Math is solvable. Science is provable. Where are your proofs? Let me ask you the question again. Where is your proof? Okay. So let me give you this little example. People voted, right? They cast their ballots. These ballots were counted by hand and recounted by hand, not just the machine. That's addition. True or false? Yes or no? Math is absolute and concrete. And I'll say it again. Math is one of the only fields that are absolute and concrete. You can always solve for math. Yeah. Class is in session. And while you're over here, you're wondering how they're going to get caught up. Everything leaves a digital fingerprint. It's about the proofs. Period. It's going to go back to the metadata. It's going to go back to the math. It's going to go back to what can be proven. Now, having said that, let's get this out the way. Okay. What in the world is going on? What in the world is going on in Chicago, Illinois? In Illinois. At one point in time, it was like the state of Michigan was a little bit more turned up than Illinois, but now, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Right now, secrets buried for years about to be uncovered. Two West suburban brothers say the bodies of their mother and sister are in the backyard. CBS 2's Meredith Barrick joins us live from outside the home in Lyons, where investigators have been all day. Meredith.
Erica, police were called to this home on Thursday morning after water hadn't been used there in more than a year, despite people living there. The police chief says when he questioned one of the brothers who lived there about what was taking place, he was very matter of fact about what had happened.
Mom's buried in the backyard. We buried my sister in the backyard.
Lyons Police Chief Thomas Harrion says despite that admission, there is still a ways to go in this investigation.
So this is going to be a long process. The house itself is going to be very, very difficult to handle. We have search warrants for the backyard. We have search warrants for the house.
Authorities say these two brothers had been living in the home, now deemed uninhabitable, without running water, gas, and limited electricity for quite some time.
It was discovered that we have massive amount of hoarding going on. I never saw such deplorable living conditions in my life. And I've been doing this a long time.
During that well-being check, there was concern about the two women who lived at the home. One of the brothers told police that in 2015, their mother, who was in her late 70s, had been pushed down the stairs by their sister and died within the next week. The brother also explained what happened to his sister, who was in her 40s when they say she died.
My sister came down with a sickness, an illness. We couldn't take care of her any longer, and she subsequently died in 2019.
Neither of the women were reported missing, and one neighbor told police she was led to believe the mom had been at a psychiatric hospital for years. Police say the two men have been very cooperative, recalling dates, times, and locations.
Michael, the brother, escorted us to the backyard and showed us exactly where they were buried.
The men were taken to a hospital to be evaluated psychologically, physically, and mentally, but have since been released. Today, the investigation focused on photography and 3D imaging of the backyard, and Saturday morning, excavation will begin.
All the evidence is leading towards the potential of the bodies being there.
Now, this is still considered a homicide investigation at this point, but the two brothers have not been charged. The police chief is saying that could change. Those two men could be taken into custody if they do, in fact, find those bodies in the backyard. Reporting live in Lyons, I'm Meredith Barrick, CBS 2 News.
What in the world is that? Mom passed in 2015. They said their sister pushed her down. Then their sister allegedly, according to what they say, passed in 2019 from COVID, and they buried both of them on the property because they didn't have finances for proper burial. And they underwent psychiatric evaluation and they let them out. No. They were released. They should have been kept. And then in America, we wonder why. Well, why did that person ended up? Why did they take that person's life? What's happening? What's going on? If you're going to let people out who have mental issues, that may lead them to take the lives of others, you're going to have some issues in the United States of America. Not only that, even if they did not murder their mother or their sister or whatever, even if the evidence does not lead back to them, they need to be in psychiatric hospitals. They don't need to be out on the streets. They should not be out on the street. They should not be released. This is only in the United States of America. Now, let's get to my state, Michigan. Okay, that was Illinois. They always turned up. Let's go to Michigan. Excuse me. The Wolverine Group, or whatever they call themselves. Your leader is getting ready to tell on every last one of you all. He already got sentenced to 6 years in prison. He's going to be the #1 witness in the attempt to kill the sitting governor here in this state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. I'm just going to play the clip.
The case against the men accused of plotting to kidnap and harm Governor Whitmer takes a big turn today as the alleged leader of the group pleads guilty. Off the top on Local 4 News at 6, that plea and today's sentencing opens the door for some explosive testimony against the other defendants.
And we did get a taste of that in federal court today as Ty Garbin of Heartland admitted to his part in the plot, said it was not a joke, and apologized.
Local 4 defender Sean Lay live right now in Grand Rapids with Garbin's sentence and the reaction to it. Sean.
You only watched partial
Devin,
of
Karen,
the
it's
interviews.
6 years in federal prison for Ty Garbin in a plea deal with federal prosecutors. Garbin apologizing to Governor Whitmer here in federal court, saying, I cannot even begin to imagine the amount of stress and fear her family felt because of my actions. We caught up with Garbin's attorney outside of court just moments ago.
I think Ty was both relieved, appreciative, but most of all, I think Ty, this is what we hoped for.
6 years in prison for Wolverine Watchman leader Ty Garbin of Heartland for his admitted role in the plot to kidnap and kill Governor Whitmer. Garbin is the only defendant in the massive conspiracy case to plead guilty.
Let me pause
in federal court just moments ago.
Supporters and those still supporting Trump. Okay, that's your little free will. Okay. You have a free will to do so. But the Constitution says when you start veering into jeopardizing the lives of others, it's a problem. From his own mouth, according to his own testimony and admission. Let the record show.
Ty Garbin apologizing to Governor Whitmer and her family.
He truly, truly was sorry for what he did, and the steps that he has taken to undo what he did were both the two biggest factors in that sentencing today.
Governor Whitmer says her life will never be the same. Garbin now agrees to testify against his friends he says he plotted and trained with.
Ty came to us and said, I know what I did. I'm going to accept responsibility. I'm going to plead guilty, and I'm going to undo what I did.
Big picture here, the judge says he's holding up this entire case as a deterrent for anyone who is online or finding themselves aligning themselves with groups he says that are becoming radicalized or radicalization. Meantime, Garbin's attorney told the judge Garbin will be the star witness for prosecutors once the other men go to trial. Live in Grand Rapids tonight, Sean Lay, Local 4 News Defender.
That is quite a day in Grand
So
Rapids,
that's
right,
the way
Sean?
we're getting down in Michigan. And Ty cannot undo what he did. Now, I hear what the attorney is saying, but cut the foolishness out. That's why I got no nonsense in the title. He's already committed the acts and attempted to commit certain acts, like murder. He can't undo that. That's a part of history now. He's attempting to undo what he did. He's going to undo what he did. No, sorry. And I'm going to tell you this right. Forget your sorry too. Because if you were remorseful or had a bit more empathy prior to doing what you did, you never would have done it. Period. You never would have gone down that path. You never would have traveled down that road. No, what you're sorry for is sorry you got caught and sorry you get ready to do that prison time. So his attorney's sitting up there attempting to spin, oh, he's sorry, please miss me with the foolishness. That's a no-go area. Now that I've said that, let's move on. For people waiting to see what's going on with Trump.
The case against
for the Trump followers and supporters. Like I said, you can support whatever you want to support, but over here we support the truth, the facts, and what can be proven. It is what it is. You either have the proof or you don't. Math is always solvable. So, in the state of Michigan again, Michigan Judge Lynn Parker, she said, wait a minute. You don't come in this state with that mess and that foolishness without proof. Okay. Not only do you not come without proof, and this is my synopsis or me summarizing before I actually read, I'm gonna make sure you get held accountable. Because math is always solvable, and we know how to count here. We know how to add and we know how to subtract. When you're dealing with balance, you're dealing with math. Addition, subtraction, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's roll. Class is in session. Let's go. A federal judge sanctioned attorneys who sued Michigan officials alleging widespread fraud, denied former President Donald Trump, and he was number 45 is what I call him, the election there, saying that they presented claims without evidence and abused the judicial system. So in other words, you submitted some claims to the court and you came with no evidence. Even if the evidence was fabricated, you didn't show it with anything, but just some claims. Okay. And you wonder why, for the people who was asking, who wanted to make a comment in this comment section, why pro-Trump attorneys are in trouble. and they may possibly be disbarred and cannot practice law any more than the United States of America? This is why. Let the record show. Because math is solvable and science is proven. We know how to add and count, subtract and divide. Math is an absolute concrete field, period. You can always solve for math, period. Yeah. Yeah. This case was never about fraud. It was about undermining the people's faith in our democracy and debasing the judicial process to do so. U.S. District Judge Linda Parker in Detroit said in a 110-page ruling on Wednesday. Okay, Parker, appointed by Obama, President Obama. They want to call Trump president, but they want to call him Obama. Former President Obama appointee issued a punishment against Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, and 6 other Republicans. So what does that make? 2 plus 6, 8. We can add over here. Sidney, your name is on the list. Lynn Wood, your name is on the list. And I'll have to pull up the other names because as you go further in the article and you start clicking on the tabs, their names are there. Despite the haze of confusion, commotion, and chaos counsel intentionally attempted to create by filing this lawsuit, one thing is perfectly clear. Plaintiffs' attorneys have scorned their oath, faltered the rules, and attempted to undermine the integrity of the judiciary along the way. That's what she said. Now, here, because some of us here do believe in presenting the evidence, she will present hers and let the record show. Yeah. So, I am all for the disbarment of unethical and non-integral attorneys who violate their oath of office and commit fraud and submit bogus claims in the court intentionally. You shouldn't be licensed here. You don't have any integrity, period. Go find something else to do. Mm-hmm. Some Trump supporters upset. You're upset at YouTube. You playing with the thumbs up and the thumbs down. That's what I notice about YouTube. They've been playing with the thumbs up and the thumbs down. But maybe they're in a beta testing phase as usual. And they need to let their end users know when they hit that beta testing phase, especially those of us who have channels in which we create and distribute content for others to view. And Daniel Cameron, Chapaway, hi, how you doing? No disrespect for you. In their state, the one as it pertains to the Breonna Taylor's case, in their state, he can be impeached. And they did start, the people there, some of the people there, the advocates for Breonna Taylor and the advocates for justice did start that process where they are at in the process. I will have to see. But in Kentucky, they can be impeached. Now, while we're talking about impeachment in Kentucky, it's another reason I like Restream is because Restream shows they're a little bit more accurate in terms of reporting in real time the views. They're a little bit more accurate. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to point. People will see this when they see this. All right. Let me go here though. Let me go here. Do this. Yeah. And I'll get back to this in a moment because now we're getting ready to veer off into, and I said I would not, but this right here is just interesting to say the least. This Rkelly's case is Robert Sylvester Kelly case. It's extremely interesting. And so the news media, what you don't want to cover is the cross-examination. What you do want to come out and cover is hyped up stuff, things that you hyped up, your own perspectives. That's what I've seen. I've seen the news media come out with sensationalism. And it be extremely sensationalistic for years in their reporting. But for this one right here, it's been a bit extreme. I find it very interesting that they would only cover one perspective. I also find it interesting that they chose to put in their titles predator. I also find it very interesting that according to some of their employees at one news station, they said they're being told if they don't use such derogatory words as it pertains to this Robert Sylvester Kelly case, they could lose their jobs. That's an issue. If that's what they're doing, that's an issue. And they don't need to be licensed. It's real quick. As we move on into this phase. Okay, there we go. There we go. And again, parental consent, viewers' discretion is advised. It's getting ready to turn up. Let's go. All right. Prosecutors, impeachment of their witnesses. Where's the proof? And cross-examination. Remember this. Commit, when you're talking about impeachment of witnesses, commit, credit, confront. Geronda, and I probably got her name spelled wrong, Pace Johnson or Johnson Pace, and Azriel Clarion, I probably have her name spelled wrong too. Okay. Let's go.
So now we're on cross-examination, and we've been talking about cross-examination for some time now. There's something specific in cross-examination that you have to have with you at all times while you ask questions. Obviously, one of the purposes of cross-examination, or a goal in cross-examination, can be to impeach, to ultimately make a credibility argument in closing about this witness that the other side has put up. One of the ways that you're always going to have with you while you're asking questions on cross-examination is impeachment by prior and consistent statements.
Impeachment.
All these witnesses that take the stand, most of them have statements. They have prior depositions, they have statements to the police, they've said things before about this case before they've sat in the chair. We have to know those. You do know those when you prep a case. And the reason we know them is because we're going to ask questions here today consistent with those statements, at least consistent with the parts we like about those statements. And when we get a different answer, if we get a different answer, it turns into a process. And the process is impeachment by prior and consistent statements. We teach it that there's three parts. There's a commit, there's a credit, and there's a confront. 3 C's: commit, credit, and confront. So what happens is I'm asking answers consistent with a prior statement. My witness said before that Saunders was driving a blue Acura. I like that testimony. I want that testimony during my cross-examination. So I asked the questions. You know Saunders. You know what car he was driving. He was driving a blue Acura. I'm asking cross-examination short, clear, and to get yes answers. But when I ask the blue Acura question, I get a different answer from the witness today. I get an inconsistent answer today. No, it wasn't a blue Acura. It was a red Jeep. Right there, I know I'm going to go into a process. I'm going to go into a process that's called impeachment by prior and consistent statements. And the reason I'm going to do it is because it doesn't matter if it's the blue Acura red Jeep issue. I want to make an argument about this witness's credibility. He's testifying for the other side. I want to have something available to me in closing to say, says different things on different days. In his statement before, on January 31st, he said blue Acura. Today at trial, he said red Jeep. So I go through my 3 C's. First, I commit him to that answer today. Is it your testimony today that Saunders was driving a red Jeep? And I do it with my voice, and I say that I don't believe that answer already. It's your testimony today that Saunders was driving a red Jeep? He says yes. I give him one chance. I commit him to his testimony today. Then I go to the credit. The credit is building up that prior statement, the time when he said blue Acura. That was the statement on January 31st. You recall giving a statement earlier in this case? A statement on January 31st? A statement to the police? A statement that you got to verify after? That statement to the police was closer in time to the events in this case than today. And so I build up, I credit that prior statement. And when I build it up in the right way and add all that added reliability to that prior statement, in that statement, you said Saunders was driving a blue Acura. Yes. Now I have blue Acura on the prior date, red Jeep on today on trial. That's all I need to do. Yep. I've committed him to his testimony today. I've credited that prior statement, and then I've confronted him with the difference. I don't say which is it. I don't say are you lying now or are you lying before. I don't say were you telling the truth when you said blue Acura. All that I need available to me is blue Acura on that one day in January 31st, and red Jeep today at trial. A person that says different things on different days is someone that can't be believed, and that's going to be my closing on this point. Have this ready when you conduct cross-examination. Have this ready when you have a knowledge of the prior statements of that witness that the other side put on. And if they stray, and if they stray in a material way, you impeach them by prior and consistent statement, and you use the 3 C's.
Okay, so commit, credit, confront. This is what the news media has not been reporting like they should have been reporting. Geronda Page, who's supposed to be allegedly one of their star witnesses, on the very first day when they began to cross-examine her, when the defense began their cross-examination, not the day that the trial started. That's exactly what they did for her. And this is according to every single channel I have been posting that has been there inside the trial, first person. All of their notes have been not the same because they're different women and they have different note-taking styles. But when they come out with the information, according to the notes that they have taken from being in the trial, firsthand, every last one of them talked about the inconsistency for Geronda Johnson Page, whatever her name is, because remember, she has a history of fraud. And hopefully the defense will bring in the officers and the forensic scientists to verify that when it's their turn. And Azriel Clary. They said the judge had to tell her alluded to the fact that she was inconsistent. They said the judge also said something about impeachment. So the people who have been there, the channels I've been showing and posting on the community page, some of them got some of those transcripts now. And so what you see on here now is there been transcript reading enactments. They have different people up reading, because while they were there, those women made sure that they obtained copies of those transcripts. And then one lady will send you copies of transcripts. If you pay she'll send you one transcript copy. And I'm assuming that's, for a certain amount of pages, and then another, however many you want, what you're willing to pay for, because these transcripts per page is pricey and it costs. So people need not think that they're just gonna get transcripts free from the ones who have been there paying for it, unless somebody decides to graciously do so for you. But I don't blame the people. They had to pay, and so if you want your copy, unless the news media just go ahead and publish freely for everyone, you're gonna have to pay for it. It is what it is. But when it comes to this, now that we have a foundation, and cross-examination, which the news media has not been talking about. They've not been talking about the defense to the degree that they've been talking about the prosecutors. What you haven't heard is how the testimonies have been extremely inconsistent. Commit, credit, confront. And how the defense team have been walking over to the woman saying, read your own statement back. Here you said that. Now read this back. Not only that, they said, Azriel Clary, that she was being a little, arrogant. And this is my word that I'm using. They use different words, but I'm perceiving it as a little arrogance on the trial and a little flippant and a little, whatever. Baby, this ain't television. This is not a reality TV show. This is real court, and you're in a federal court. And you have been extremely inconsistent according to people who have been there under oath. Not only that, they said the judge allowed the defense team to play video footage. Let the record show, roll clip. So I'm gonna make sure I get that portion of the transcript when the judge say, as a matter of fact, put it on a big screen. This is not a game. This is not a game. But this is what the news media hasn't been reporting. The defense team has already done this. They did this as soon as they started cross-examining witnesses, made them commit then went after the credit, and then did their confrontations. And it's been happening all throughout their cross-examinations. I have yet to see news media come out with integrity and report every side of this case, and not just what they want to run with. Sensationalism. All right. So what do we remember about the impeachment of a witness? Commit, credit, confront. When it comes to impeaching witnesses, what do we remember? Commit, credit, confront. During cross-exam. Commit, credit, confront. All right. Now, where's the proof? Okay. So here on the side, and the little documentation on the side, news article, mini clip from the news article, you will see singer Rkelly sits besides attorney Thomas during his, and they got sex abuse trial. Now they told them, they said the judge was telling them not, or really allude to the fact that you don't want to use terms like sexual abuse trial with, and addressing attorneys, that you really want to use different terminology, okay? Because this is a RICO trial, right? It's trying to get mergers under RICO trial. And it's interesting, a law that they're trying to piggyback off of, which I think is a bit disgusting, which is the Mann Act from the 1900s. Total different premises, total different basis. So what are their motives? What are the motives? What are the motives of the prosecutors? What are the motives of the witnesses who have taken this stand? What are their motives? What have been their motives all along? What were their motives in terms of attempting to obtain some type of relationship with Rkelly? Because right now, all I'm seeing is money, 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 money. That's one. And then, according to transcripts, when I've been going back viewing the different channels who actually had the transcripts from the trial thus far, the graphic detail that Geronda and Azriel have been given during their testimony, and the things that they're alluding to, makes me kind of wonder if they are nymphos. She gotta have it. Everybody remember Spike Lee, she gotta have it. It makes me kind of wonder if that's where they are in terms of their desires for relations. That I'm really wondering, should they be diagnosed with that? Because when I get copies of the transcript, you'll see why I asked. Okay, so let's get to Dr. Quake, the one I'm calling Dr. Quake. Dr. Quake, okay, Dr. Quake, Northwestern Medicine, a Chicago-based health system, told Insider that it would review the care of Rkelly's doctor. Chris McGrath testified that he treated the singer for free while going to concerts all around the United States of America. Okay, so this is what the doctor said. In his testimony, he got up there and said, well, he been had herpes, but he said his herpes test came back negative. And after he said the herpes test came back negative, he said, but tests can present false positives. So the test, so you got up there on the stand, and this is what you said, and this is why you under review right now. You got your quacky self up there and said, from my perspective, but these were your words from your mouth, that the test came back negative. Test can present false positives, though. Even though the test came back negative, you gave him prescriptions anyway. That came from your mouth. And you don't think you was going to be under review? Then you admitted to, from your mouth, giving free services and a bunch of pills. And you don't think you're going to be under review? And I'll say it again to the prosecutors, you didn't vet your witnesses. And if you did, you didn't do a good job. Their information has been online for a long time. And what do I call these social media users, such as Geronda Pace Johnson, whatever her name is, and Rkelly? What do I call them? Dumb social media users, because their information has been online for years. And all you got to go back and do is pull footage and post. Like the judge allowed them to play some video footage in court. The defense team, that's all you have to do. They've been inconsistent online. But you, doctor, from your own lips, said the test came back negative. Then you said you gave him pills. For free at that. Yeah. Yeah. And now you under review. They getting ready to go through all your stuff. All of it. Not only are they going to go back through your records, medical records as it pertains to Robert Sylvester Kelly, they're going to go back through your medical records as it pertains to other clients that you had as well, other patients. That we use the correct term because we're talking about medicine now, your patients. But let's hear from a doctor/scientist about herpes, since they want to bring up herpes. Since Geronda told me she got herpes from Rkelly, and then Isaiah said she got herpes from Rkelly. But it is interesting, Geronda, I would want to know from her, are any of these herpes, is any of the herpes virus, have any of this herpes virus shown up in any of her children? Not only that, because now she has 5 kids because she just had her other baby this week or last week or whatever. So she has 5 children now. And this is supposed to be their star witness. So Little Miss having 5 kids because herpes never go away. That virus resides within the body. Did any of your kids show any signs of this virus in their body? Not only that, I need to see your medical records as well, because your sisters, your biological sisters, said that, sisters plural, said that you were lying when you took that stand. They said they went to their social media posts and took time out to say that you were lying. So it'll be interesting to see if the defense team bring them in too as witnesses, as well as your former best friend. But let's get to this herpes section. let the record show. Let's go here. Let's go to school.
Most of the time, when herpes simplex virus, or HSV, infects a person, there are no symptoms. In fact, it also usually moves from one person to another in the absence of symptoms. So therefore, it can move through a population silently. Once in a while, though, it can cause symptoms, and typically those are in the form of skin and mucous membrane lesions, which can be divided into infections above the waist, mostly involving the mouth and the tongue, and those below the waist, involving the genitals. There are 2 types of herpes simplex viruses, HSV1 and HSV2. both of which are part of a larger family of enveloped double-stranded DNA viruses, the herpes viridae family. Generally speaking, HSV1 tends to cause infections above the waist, and HSV2 tends to cause infections below the waist. But there's a lot of crossover because both viruses can cause both types of infections. Although herpes is most contagious when there are virus-filled lesions present, it can also spread by asymptomatic shedding, which means that herpes viruses can be in the saliva or genital secretions even when there are no signs of a cold sore or genital lesion. Typically, when herpes virus lands on a new host, in other words, a person who's never had herpes before, it dives into small cracks in the skin, or mucosa, and binds to epithelial cell receptors, which triggers those cells to internalize the virus. Once inside, the virus starts up the Lytic cycle, which is where its DNA gets transcribed and translated by cellular enzymes, which help to form viral proteins, which are packaged into new herpes viruses, which can leave to go off and infect neighboring epithelial cells. HSV1 and HSV2 also infect nearby sensory neurons and travel up their axon to the neuron's cell body to start up the latent cycle. The sensory neurons of the face have their cell bodies in the trigeminal ganglia, and those around the genitalia are located in the sacral ganglia. So that's ultimately where the herpes virus settles in, for life.
For a minute. Pause for a minute.
You see, those sensory neurons aren't destroyed.
In for life. Ganglia. We remember hearing about the ganglia during the Derek Chauvin's trial as it pertained to George Floyd. Remember the pulmonary specialist / scientist / doctor of like no other, talking about these same parts of the body. Let's pull that back. Let's pull that back. He's teaching here. He's teaching. We like science. Let the record show. We believe in science over here. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Let me go back. I'm not ready for this one. Let me fast forward to where he was. It should be about right here.
Or genital lesion. Typically, when herpes virus lands on a new host, in other words, a person who's never had herpes, once inside, the virus starts up the Lytic cycle, which is where its DNA gets transcribed and translated by cellular enzymes, which help to form viral proteins, which are packaged into new herpes viruses, which can leave to go off and infect neighboring epithelial cells. HSV1 and HSV2 also infect nearby sensory neurons and travel up their axon to the neuron's cell body to start up the latent cycle. The sensory neurons of the face have their cell bodies in the trigeminal ganglia, and those around the genitalia are located in the sacral ganglia. So that's ultimately where the herpes virus settles in, for life. You see, those sensory neurons aren't destroyed. Instead, they become a permanent home for the herpes virus. And from time to time, the herpes virus makes a few viral copies of itself and sends those virus particles back down the axon so they can get released and infect epithelial cells. Since the trigeminal and sacral ganglia serve just one side of the face or body, herpes vesicles and ulcers develop on the ipsilateral or same side as the affected ganglia. This can happen over and over again throughout a person's lifetime, with classic triggers being things like stress, skin damage, and viral illnesses. Recurrent episodes are usually less severe than the primary infection, and sometimes there are no symptoms at all. When there are symptoms, there might be characteristic tingling or burning sensation called a prodrome 1 or 2 days before the blisters appear. In oral and genital herpes, the primary infection is most often asymptomatic. Having said that, in oral herpes, when it does cause symptoms, it usually affects children and it causes lesions on the palate, gums, tongue, lip, and facial area, as well as a fever and enlarged lymph nodes. The lesions themselves are typically clusters of small, painful, fluid-filled blisters that ooze and ulcerate, and then eventually heal after a few weeks. In older children and adults, a common symptom is pharyngitis. Most of the time, like primary infection, reactivation doesn't cause any symptoms. But when it does, the most common pattern is having a handful of blisters at the vermilion border, the border of the lip, on one side of the face. These blisters are smaller and typically heal over a week's time. With genital herpes, primary infection can cause symptoms like ulcers and pustules, which form on the labia majora, labia minora, mons pubis, vaginal mucosa, and cervix in women, and on the shaft of the penis in men. Like oral herpes, most of the time reactivation doesn't cause any symptoms. But when it does, the most common pattern is to have a few blisters that resolve rapidly in about a week. In addition to oral and genital infections, HSV can also affect other areas. When it affects the fingertip or nail bed, it's called herpetic whitlow, and this might happen if the finger rubs up against an active lesion around the mouth or genital area. Once it affects the fingertip, it's also easy for it to get carried over to other areas in the body to spread the infection, a process called auto-inoculation. HSV can sometimes involve the trunk, extremities, or head, a pattern that's common among wrestlers because they have a lot of skin-to-skin contact, and is therefore called herpes gladiatorum. Finally, individuals with burn injuries or with atopic dermatitis can have really serious herpes infections in those areas. The latter even has a specific name, eczema herpeticum. HSV can also affect the eye, causing keratoconjunctivitis, which is inflammation of both the cornea and the conjunctiva. In addition to the symptoms of conjunctivitis, which are pain, redness, tearing, and sensitivity to light, there can be some classic signs of corneal involvement, like blurry vision and a branching dendritic lesion, which looks a bit like the tree-like dendrites of a neuron, which happens on the cornea itself. And this pattern is classic for herpes infection. In rare cases, herpes viruses can spread to the central nervous system and cause meningitis or encephalitis, typically affecting the temporal lobe in individuals of all ages. These can happen from a primary infection, but more commonly happen during reactivation when some of the virus can escape into the bloodstream and reach the brain. When there is brain involvement, a lumbar puncture often has specific findings like an increase in red blood cells, increase in white blood cells, and elevated protein levels. There are also some CT, MRI, and EEG changes that can help to make a diagnosis. HSV can also pass from a mother to a baby. Rather than causing a congenital infection while the fetus is in the uterus, most of the transmission happens at birth when the baby passes through the infected maternal vaginal secretions during delivery. Neonatal HSV causes 3 different patterns of illness, each happening about 1/3 of the time. The first is skin, eye, or mucous membrane infection, where lesions pop up 1 to 2 weeks after delivery, typically at sites of damaged skin, like the site where fetal scalp electrodes might have been attached. The second is central nervous system infection, which typically causes lethargy, irritability, and even seizures 2 to 3 weeks after delivery, and can cause some of the same lumbar puncture, CT, MRI, and EEG findings as that in older children and adults with HSV encephalitis. If not treated, both the first and second type can transition into the third type, which is disseminated infection, where herpes virus causes sepsis and failure of various organs, including the heart and the brain. HSV can cause unique symptoms in immunocompromised individuals, who tend to have more frequent reactivation, more severe symptoms, and a wider range of symptoms, like lesions in the esophagus or lungs. Herpes can usually be diagnosed based on how the skin or mucous membrane lesions look, and can be confirmed with tests looking for viral DNA, like polymerase chain reaction, an antibody response to the virus, or by growing the virus with a viral culture. Although infections typically resolve without treatment within a couple of weeks, there are antiviral drugs like acyclovir, famciclovir, and valacyclovir that can be used topically or systemically to reduce pain and speed up healing. For recurring episodes, these treatments usually work best if taken when the prodrome starts. In other words, before the blisters develop. And high-dose intravenous antivirals might be given in more severe or life-threatening situations. Alright, as a quick recap. Most of the time, herpes simplex virus 1 and 2 cause asymptomatic latent infections that set up in the trigeminal and sacral ganglia for life. But sometimes they can cause symptoms like recurrent oral and genital lesions. They can also cause more severe infections like HSV keratoconjunctivitis, meningitis, and encephalitis, as well as neonatal infections, which usually get transmitted when a baby passes through infected vaginal secretions.
Now,
thanks for watching. You can have
again, because Geronda has 5 children. The star witness, one of their alleged star witnesses, Geronda Page Johnson, whatever her name is, has 5 kids. So it'd be interesting to see if her 5 kids, one of the 5 kids has the herpes virus. Not only that, before I can just talk about her kids having the herpes virus, her biological sisters, plural, said she got it from somebody else when she was a teenager prior to meeting Rkelly. So that's interesting too. That's why I said, where are the records? Where's the proof? Where's her medical records at? Where are her medical records at? Where's the verification that any of these ladies actually have herpes? And once you verify they have herpes, well, then you got to go through all of the males that they had contact with prior to Rkelly, no matter how much they got on the stand that said that they were virgins. Geronda Page sisters say different. Not only do they say different, she got some people who used to be her, a lady that allegedly may testify at the trial in Chicago, may testify to something a little bit different. So that goes back to Dr. Quake. Science is solvable. Why didn't you wait and retest? Because you said the first test came back negative. That virus, according to real scientists and doctor, who we just finished watching videos, said that virus stays in your system forever, for life. It's gonna be there. Period. We can always test the person to see whether it's there by giving various tests. They can always test the person. I'm not a medical doctor. They can always test the person to see by conducting various tests whether or not they have that. Science is provable. You start running into science when you hit the medical field. Again, what were these people's motives? And Dr. Quake, you said, oh, the test came back negative, but I gave him pills anyway. Oh, let me respond to this. Let the record show. Really quick, thank you, everyone. And then I have to respond to this. Okay. So yeah, let the record show we're dealing with d- and the doctor's wondering why you get ready to lose your license out here playing around. Somebody tested negative, but you gave them a bunch of pills. And you took the stand to say that under oath. Now you're under review. Now you're under review and under investigation from the medical facility that you practice at. I'll say it again, from my perspective, the prosecutors had no business having these certain witnesses on the stand. Okay, let me answer this one more time, you all. Apologies again. Um, Impala. Impala. Okay. Impala. There we go. Okay, thank you all. I'm back now. This would have to be today during the live. Should I break this down? Right. Okay. So let me get back to my live in real time. All right. Right, G Money. They fall under that category. How dumb can you be? Now, let's move on to this because according to CNN, the one of the bases for this Rkelly's case that the prosecutors were using is the Manns Act. And the Manns Act pertained to an African American athlete from the 1900s traveling across county line and state lines with a Caucasian female. So I said, surely going to be interesting. So I'm going to do my research on the Manns Act. Now I'll go to the library and I'll look up what information they have as it pertains to the Mann Act, as well as looking at government websites to see, as well as attempting to pull that case up. So if they threw that in there, I think it's foul. If they're trying to use that as their basis, I think it's foul. But so I've spoken on Osrael and Geronda, okay, who's supposed to be star witnesses to this case, who have been extremely inconsistent, according to people who have been there with firsthand knowledge and information, and according to those transcripts that they're reading from. Again, I just want to throw that out there again. There's been different channels who have the transcripts from the first few days of this trial, and they have been doing reenactment by the reading of the transcripts. Now, it goes back to what are these people's motives? I'm going back to motive. Not only going back to motive, what can they prove? Where's the evidence? And the need not to self-incriminate. Now, let me stop real quick and go here. And I didn't want to have to stop this and go here, but I do. I gotta go. I have to go here. I was gonna save him for later, but since G Money wrote dummy in the comment section, I have to go here. Because on my community wall, I did put to one of the Savages, Tim Savage, his daughter's supposed to testify to. This is a federal case, but I'll let you hear him in his own words in an Instagram post that he did and people got before he took it down. These dumb social media users during this trial have been online posting things because it can be interpreted a different type of way. This is a federal case, and it would have behooved them to stay their dumb behinds off of the internet in a visible way. But prosecutors, from my perspective, have not done the job that they should be doing, because I would say, excuse me, I'm going to need you all to be offline. Don't post until the trial is over. If you're going to browse the web and the internet, browse only. And I would admonish them again not to post a single thing. Why? Because I don't need you, if I'm defending you, producing things that could be brought up in court and used against you. They did a wonderful job of being inconsistent on their own in court under oath, as well as posts they already have out here. Now, I don't need you to just keep posting stuff. But let me get to Tim Savage. Mr. Savage, sir. This can be interpreted a type of way. These are your words. And before you deleted this post or took this post down from Instagram, people already had it. Your daughter is supposed to be testifying in this case too. Why are you out here talking? And to whatever, Clary father, whatever his name is, you all need to shut up. Let me say it again, because we weren't allowed to say that word coming up. That was like the worst profanity word you could use in our house, was telling somebody to shut up. Y'all need to shut y'all stupid mouths. Because you are getting yourself in a situation to possibly do some jail or prison time yourselves. Okay, now I haven't said that since you put dummies in the chat. Let me go to my community wall real quick, and then we'll go back to the presentation. We'll get back into it, because this right here. Again, the motives of the prosecutors. Why would you set these witnesses up like that? Why would you not vet your witnesses? Why would you even have them up there? And you know they're not credible. How long have these women been practicing law? You know they're going to get cross-examined. Like they said, you can hold their hand behind closed doors while you're taking your statements from your witnesses. But when they hit that stand during cross-examination, it's on and popping. There is nothing you can do. You can go to the community wall and pull this why I call this one right here dumb dumb. Let me pull it up. Let me blow this up, make this big screen before I do the share on it. Okay, now let me come back and do the share. Mr. Savage, you need to shut your mouth and stay offline. What's the other one name? Mr. Cleary, whatever his first name is, Angelo, I think, or whatever. You need to shut your mouth and stay offline too. To the ladies, it's already too late for you all. You all have testified, but during this trial, would have behooved you, and your prosecutor and attorney should have told you all to lay low when it comes to online. Browse all you want to browse, but don't you say a word. Don't you do a single solitary post. That's what I would have told you. I don't need you to post online. And it is my strong recommendation that you refrain from posting online. And should you post online, you will have jeopardized this case. And I'll probably have you removed myself. That's the way I would have rolled. If I'm going to be in there to do a job, I'm going to do my job. But you're not getting ready to come behind me and mess me up. Self-incriminating. And I would have told him just like that. And should you go against my strong recommendation, I'm gonna get you up off the stand. And I'll ask myself that your testimonies be stricken from the records. Let me do the share on this. You're not on reality TV shows. This is a federal case. You're in court for real. So all this acting and putting on that you all have been doing, from my perspective, for years, you need to stop. Now it gets real. It's been real. But this right here, you didn't have any business putting this up here, but I'm gonna play it back. These were your words. And don't be offended because other people got it. You did this. You did this. This was dumb. Here we go.
Good morning. I just want to come on here a brief second to discuss some things about what's going on with next week. Hey, how you doing? Next week, we, as the Savages, will be in New York between the 30th, August the 30th, and September the 3rd. This is supposed to be the week where my daughter is supposed to take this stand. And we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that she doesn't take the stand.
Pause. That can be interpreted as you interfering with a federal case. Let me roll it back so you can hear your own self and the people can hear you. And the prosecutors, if they ever watch this in the future, present, past, or future, can hear this stupid stuff you out here saying. And you yourself need to get your derriere up offline and stay off of social media. Making posts. Let me pull it back. This is foolishness. This is nonsense. www. Thank you, G Money. How dumb can you be? This is a federal case. And it would behoove you all to have stayed offline. The prosecutors should have informed you all to stay offline, as well as the witnesses. Geronda was posting, Azrael was posting. Like, come on. Tell your witnesses to stay offline. And if they can't stay offline, don't bring them up there. Don't have them take the stand. Quit playing. Let me pull it back. But this right here is dumb. You should know better. All these parents should know better.
Between the 30th, August the 30th, and September the 3rd. This is supposed to be the week where my daughter is supposed to take this stand. And we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that she doesn't take the stand. The truth shall reveal. The truth shall come out, as it is already coming out about this case, which we've known some of these facts that have came out in the past. So
I haven't seen any victims so far.
To the Clary family, sorry that you had to go through such a turmoil to get up on that stand. And I want to say, Azrael, I'm sorry you have to go through and relive that again.
Azrael said her
Yolanda
parents
Payton.
beat her every day, like Michael Jackson, like in a Michael Jackson movie, the Jackson 5 movie. That's what she said, that her parents beat her every day. Not only did she say that under oath, she said her parents put her up to scheming and plotting on Rkelly. That's what she said under oath. So reliving what? What part of what is she reliving during her lifetime? Help me out, because it's in the transcripts. And she was under oath. But you, sir, should not be on here talking about we'll do everything in our power. This can be viewed as witness intimidation. You could be it can be interpreted as you attempting to intimidate a witness, possible witness in a case. It can be interpreted as you running interfering with a federal case. This can be interpreted so many different ways, but this is why we're in the comment section. And I paused for a minute when a person wrote dummy in the comment section for you parents and wrote www. How dumb can you be? I want to show you your own selves on social media during this trial. You shouldn't be online. This is not a reality TV show. This is real life now. And I'm not going to play anymore because you said enough. Let me stop the share on that. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I said when I first started mentioning this, is that don't get on here and be stupid. Your daughters have done enough to incriminate themselves. Don't bring your simple-minded thinking selves on here with this dumb stuff. And Azrael said everything under the sun about her parents. To them knowing where she was at, to them telling her to do what she did, and everything else. Even down to the point of them signing her over to someone that they did not know. Come on. Again, I have to caution people, this is not a bizarre case, but this right here, I don't understand why this is in court occupying I don't understand why this wasn't thrown out at this point. I really don't. But I let the defense have their time too, and let them bring their witnesses too. And they said the judge has been looking a little irritated by some of the prosecutor's witnesses. She's been looking a little agitated, and especially by Azrael. They said she was looking quite agitated by her putting on up there on the stand. So again, when you come out and you say victims of what? When I'm hearing the news media come out and say predator, you're referring to an animal. When I'm hearing news media write articles and they're saying, and I've been watching people say, he's a pedophilia, use words like that, excuse me, that deals with kids. When you use the word pedophiles, you're talking about children. Those who prey on children. And when it comes to the age of sexual consent, it varies from state to state. And that's another place, in my opinion, where the prosecutors have tripped themselves up. Because from state to state, it's a different law. There is no federal law in terms of legal age for sexual consent. It varies from state to state. Okay, so let me go back to the presentation. This is, again, these people need to stay offline. Post it, stop. If your child is up there, stop. If you're up there, don't post nothing, stop. I need y'all to stop. And you prosecutors, you need to stop. Rein this stuff in. Oh, hey, Monica. You know what? Hey, Monica Mo, you stepped in. From the people who are there, they're saying that actually she may testify for the defense when it comes to Jocelyn, and that's up in the air. They say really she may be testifying for the defense. But at any rate, what they can get him for, they can be interpreted is interfering with a federal court case, doing everything in its power to make sure she doesn't testify. That's called interference. If you're going to do everything in your power to make sure somebody does not testify when they've been subpoenaed to testify, you're interfering with a federal court case. It can be interpreted as interfering with a federal court case. That came out of his mouth. He needs to stay his derriere, excuse me, let me use my best slangonomics. Now stay your behind up offline posting. All you parents and your kids are involved in, your children, because they're not kids anymore, are involved in this trial, stay your butts offline. Stop posting. Stop it. Just stop. You know what, Monica? They said, according to the jurors that have been there, they said, you know what? Things are looking a little different now. They've been in court and they're saying, okay, the judge decided Friday, no court. So they said all next week, from Monday to Friday, it's supposed to be court. But they've just been getting their updates. They've been updating daily. And so they've just been coming out, giving the updates that they've been given by the judge, clerk, from day to day and moment to moment. So we'll see who does what. I just know they said the prosecutors have been scrambling, especially when Azriel brought up her parents, because they asked her allegedly not to bring her parents up, and she did the first day she took that stand. That's where she went. Said they didn't beat her under oath, that it was them setting up a bunch of that stuff with Rkelly under oath. Then she's been going back and forth on what she was saying, and The defense have been calling them on it. Commit, credit, and confront, what you're supposed to do in a cross exam. And they've done all of that. Commit, credit, and confront. All the witnesses who have taken that stand so far, the defense have been doing their jobs. So, and Demetrius Smith, we get to see what he looked like when I was saying this old fox here, when I called him a slick old fox, who was supposed to be on the prosecutor's side as a witness against Rkelly, who gave them nothing on that stand to use against Rkelly. And again, what are these prosecutors' motives? What were these witnesses' motives? And prosecutors, why are they even practicing law at this point? Like I said, I'm questioning their ethics. I'm questioning them now. I'm really looking a little way at them now. Because this right here that's been going on during the transcript read back last night, this has been some foolishness. Even before we got to the transcript read back, for those who have been in court and have obtained copy of the transcripts, even before they got there, when the women who have been in the trial came back and were reading from their notes. And I heard that, I said, this is some foolishness. This is foolishness. What? Like, somebody make it make sense, but you can't. But here we go. This is Demetrius Smith, who was on the witness stand last week, who didn't get him nothing, but they gave him something, allegedly immunity. And he took his immunity and walked away right now. Because he gave the prosecutors nothing to work with and nothing to use against Robert Sylvester Kelly, according to the transcript and what everybody who has been in there who's going to report the truth has been saying, or report from all sides have been saying, minus the news media. Here you go.
How did that come about? Did he ask you, did he say, look, I got an issue, she's 15? How did that happen?
No, that didn't happen like that at all. And I really can't go too deep into that.
Can you give us a general idea?
Well, I came up with that idea to do that, to assist them. And the ID that I did get for Aaliyah did not have her age on it at all. Robert really didn't have nothing to do with that other than me suggesting it with other people. So,
and they said when he took the stand, that's exactly what he was saying when he was asked questions during the cross-examination. When they went through their question, he was like, nope, he ain't had nothing to do with that. Nope, 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 no. They said, were they married? No, like, can you say that they, just asking him series of questions? Now I have to see if the marriage question came up, but they were asking him if Robert knew about a marriage certificate and fake IDs, and he said no. Can you say that Aaliyah was pregnant? Now they did say, they asked him, do you know if Aaliyah was pregnant? And he said, no, I don't. I don't. I can't say that she was pregnant. And remember, prosecutors, this is part of what they have in their case to substantiate their claims. All this stuff about the dead, she's no longer here. And so I don't know that they've been allowed to subpoena her medical records during her death. But while she was alive, let the record show. We'll hear her from her own words. But Demetrius Smith, the one I called the old slick fox, gave them nothing. And according to the people who have been there, firsthand knowledge, they said prosecutors were looking a little razzle behind this one too. But it was the prosecutor's responsibility to vet their own witness and conduct their own fact-finding investigation about who they are bringing or putting on the stand. as their witnesses. That's your responsibility. You need to know who your witnesses are. But it's enough video footage out here all over social media for years for you to figure it out, as well as have your private investigators figure it out. Like, come on now. Because people who are the news media, who's off into the sensationalism, you know, you really, some of you should know better than that, because you should know that these attorneys working with Robert Sylvester Kelly are going to have private investigators. Come on now. That's just comes with the territory of being an attorney, is to have private investigators on standby. Now I'm waiting to see their transcript, because somebody said one of the private investigators in court slipped up and spoke out of turn and said on them alleged documents or certificates or whatever they got, that's not Rkelly's signature. So I'm waiting to see that in the transcript. That's what's being alleged, but I can't confirm that one. But this is really interesting. But the old slick fox gave them nothing. And this was supposed to be their witness. And he got up there and said, nope, he couldn't remember. And they said the judge was getting tired of him not answering questions directly. And he told her he was tired too, that he could go home. So it's going to be interesting to see the way that they wrote that up in the transcript, to see the way that's written up. He said he was tired too. See, this is why I said from the onset, it's comical, but it's really not a funny situation, that you would not be up there as my witness. I cannot. If I was an attorney, a prosecutor, or a public defender, or a defender, or on the defense side, criminal defendant, whatever, I would not have you up there like that. I can't. I just couldn't. I just wouldn't. Excuse me. You're up there trying to prove your case, and you got people up here who flaky. They ain't helping you at all. Demetrius did not help them at all. When they said Demetrius did not help them at all, and they were a little bit livid. That old fox didn't outflick y'all. Monica, so far, in terms of, I know it has been Caucasian women as prosecutors, and they're female. I know they're female. I can say that. And I don't know if one is mixed or not. I don't know if it's a Hispanic in there or not, but I do know it's 2 Caucasian females on the prosecution side. Yeah, but I want to get to Aaliyah's own words while she was living, why they bring her
How did
up.
that come about? Did he ask?
And I should have it in here. So it's after this, but before I get to this, because we're right here, I want to do a flashback. And this flashback, really, the way I got my PowerPoint laid out, it comes after the PowerPoint that I have with the attorneys on it comes before this one. She's after this, but because they wanted to keep bringing her up, and I went into her, and then I was going to go into the attorneys. Let's hear from her own words. See, because you can't why are they putting words in a dead person's mouth? She said what she said when she was alive. Let the record show. Here it is. They got video footage of that too, because reporting on that.
Now see, you could be flying that. No.
With a long list of upcoming premieres to dress for, we spent the day shopping in Manhattan with 18-year-old Aaliyah. First stop, Saks. Aaliyah is a veteran of the music scene. At 14, her premier solo project, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, achieved platinum status with hits back and forth. And At Your Best You Are Love, which catapulted her to the top of the Miss R&B Diva list, thus paving the way for her recently released double platinum album, One in a Million. In today's music industry, where image is everything, Aaliyah mixes her sex appeal with a playful tomboy twist, creating a look that's all her own.
I watch a lot of the fashion shows,
Detroit in the building.
See what's the next thing happening and then intertwine that with what I'm doing. Image goes hand in hand with the music. And that's how people identify you. You know, they separate you knowing your music and knowing your style and your image. So that's why it takes me a while to put things together, especially if I'm doing a dressy thing rather than a sporty thing. Because what you see here is really me, the baggy jeans and skull caps and everything. So when I'm doing a dressy thing, I've got to still remain in my image. So it takes me a while to put something really good together that still looks like Aaliyah.
But there is a real difference between the catwalk and life.
Can you sit down in the jeans? Very elegant, sit down there. Just kind of stretch out.
Just kind of stretch. You have to kind of slaps, kind of be kind of cool. Can't sit up. Just
Right.
gotta. Then when you're getting out of the chair, gotta kind of come up like that. Ready?
Aaliyah. Uh-oh.
Well,
Look at that. That coat is mad.
I'm feeling the coat. The coat is off the rocker. This is a little different for me. I'm not liking the pants.
Really?
Actually, you know, it's cute, but it's
You're still not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. You know what I think it's time for? April, I think it's time to go to Nike Town.
Nike Town.
I really do, but I do like the coat. I may have to snag the coat.
So we went looking for something
All
a
right,
little
and the
more
reporter
comfortable.
Okay, you're 18. You already went to your prom. Is it possible at all to have a relationship on the road?
I would say it's possible. I just don't have one. I don't have one right now. I don't have a boyfriend. And I can't say I'm really looking. I think it'll come along at the right time. I have a lot of friends, and when that guy comes along, I'll know it, he'll know it, and then it'll happen. But I am really busy with the career and the fact that I'm getting ready to go back to school, so I'll just see how it works in.
3 years ago, there was this
Here it
terrible
is.
rumor out. What is the deal with you and R.Kelly? Are you all married or not?
No, I'm not married. Robert's doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. He's a great producer, great artist who I do admire, and there's nothing there at all.
We are here. This
Pause. Let me pull it back. Because she said 3 years ago was this thing. Aaliyah is 18 now in this. 3 years ago, she would have been 15. We do addition and subtraction over here for the people who was viewing earlier. She said it was nothing there at all. Her words while she was living. But everybody else out here who has been speculating and pontificating for years, these are her words when she was alive, not she dead. But let's look at the living words when she was alive. Because we can't get no word from her now that she's dead. But these were her words while she was living. Direct question and she gave direct answers. Let me pull it back. See, because people been out here saying stuff. But over here, like we said, what can you prove? Then they alleging pregnancy and this and that. And Demetrius got up there and said, no, he don't know nothing about no pregnancy. He don't know nothing about Aaliyah being pregnant. Old slick fox. Got his immunity and said to the prosecutors, I have nothing to tell you. Thank you for the immunity, though. Bye. And I'm getting tired of being up here, by the way. Think I'll get off the stand because I don't have to be here. Let me pull it back. And I'm not going to talk through it this time. Her words from her mouth when she was living. Let the record show.
No, I'm not married. Robert's doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. He's a great producer, great artist who I do admire, and there's nothing there at all.
We are here. This is my place.
We pull it back to what the reporter asked her. Let me go back a little.
He's a great producer.
A little further.
Terrible rumor out. What is the deal with you and R.Kelly? Are you all married or not?
She's not
No,
married.
I'm not married. Robert's doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. He's a great producer, great artist who I do admire, and there's nothing there at all.
We are here. This is
She went back to 3 years ago. Are y'all married?
am really busy with the career and the fact that I'm ready to go back to school. So I just see how it works.
3 years ago, there was this terrible rumor out. What is the deal with you and Rkelly? Are you all married or not?
No, I'm not married. Robert's doing his thing, I'm doing my thing. He's a great producer, great artist who I do admire, and there's nothing there at all.
There ain't nothing there at all.
We are here.
Nothing.
This is my
Nothing.
place. This is the
And when she
final
say nothing there at all,
I'm
because
sorry,
the lady's
Leah.
asking her if she was married to Rkelly, that includes to me all of the allegations and speculations. That was the rumors that were out being that they were married, that she was pregnant. She said there is nothing there at all. There's nothing there. Like, that shuts that down. Like, there is nothing there. Ain't nothing there. That's what she said when she was living. They wanted to come with a bunch of allegations. See, these rumors was out when Leah was still living, that she was married to Robert, that there was an annulment. And I have yet to see a marriage certificate authenticated. I have yet to see in marriage. Not only are marriages public information, not only that, when you get a divorce or an annulment, that's public information too. Since when has that been private in the United States of America? As a matter of fact, they make announcements in the newspapers. They used to make announcements in the newspapers. Who got married, who was getting divorced. That was always made public. So when did that become private? Over here in the United States of America. Definitely wasn't private during the 90s. Like I said, people can say what they want to say, but what can you prove? She said it was nothing there at all. And no, she wasn't married to him. And no, she was not married to him. Are y'all married? She said no. There is nothing there. Like, from my perspective, the way I'm interpreting it, she's hidden all of the rumors. Because all of the rumors were out there. From marriage to baby to this to that. Ain't nothing there. That's what she said when she was living. So who gonna contend with her word while she was alive? That came from her mouth. Monica, they had a lady who was a clerk from Illinois who came up there on the prosecutor's side, and to me, she shouldn't have been there at all, testify about a marriage certificate, but then she said she was not the one there. So, again, to these prosecutors, this has been straight nonsense. How you gonna bring a clerk from Illinois who worked there during that alleged time that this supposedly happened, and she can't really give you nothing? Because she was not the one, allegedly, who took any of the information. So what is she there for? Why do you even have her there at all? I wouldn't have flew her out nowhere, because they've been flown out and lodged. Since you flying them out and lodging them, I wouldn't have flew her out. Cancel that flown out production. If you had no firsthand knowledge, why is the witness even here? Why did they even fly the clerk out? Because she got up there and said she wasn't the one with the certificate. She didn't take the information. That's what she said, Monica. So, again, that's why I cannot wait till I get copies of his transcript, because this has been some nonsense. Demetrius didn't give y'all nothing. The clerk didn't give y'all nothing. And then in cross-examination, they crossed her up on the dates. They said, okay, the date is allegedly was supposed to happen on this date, but this date is on the certificate. They said the defense went there for the clerk after they asked her, you know, are you the one who, you know, were you the one that took the information? No. Okay, let's look at these dates because it's alleged that it happened on this date, but it's this date on the certificate. And I'll say it again, for the prosecutors, what are their motives and who are these women? What trauma did they incur in their lifetime from the hands of a man or watch somebody in their family that they're close to or a female that they're close to go through? Now, I got some questions for them. Now, I would like to go in and investigate their past in their life, as well as to know, are they heavily associated with the Me Too movement and Believe All Women movement? I got some questions I would like to ask. Believe all women. That's the issue for me and always will be. I believe facts. I believe the proof. I believe concrete evidence. That's what I believe. Because everybody's mouth split two ways and people can tell lies. You better believe the facts. You better believe the concrete evidence. So I got some questions about these prosecutors and their lives. Like, what are their motives? You trying to come up off his name? Everybody to me so far is trying to, everybody who has taken a stand at some point tried to come up off his name. They didn't got some type of money by saying his name. And that's just the fact. The defense brought that out too. And that's why I said I can't wait for these transfers. That's not the way they worded it. But when you look at it, everybody got some type of money off his name. Not off the fruits of their own labor, minus the association with his name, but using his name, they done got some muchachas. Again, what are their motives? They done got some type of recognition, a little bit status, a little bit more notoriety, swinging off his name and his labor, riding off his coattail and what he's done, not what they've done and not what they can produce. And some of the people at, wait a minute, some of the ones who have been inside the trial said they really want to hear these women sing. You say your daughter is just wonderful singer and had this catalog that one of the parents is on social media alluding to this some years back, that their daughter had a wonderful catalog and this and that. Somebody said, let go on trial sing then. Have them sing. Put them up there and have them sing. I said, who have what catalog? What musical catalog are they talking about? Nobody know who they were? Quit playing. Yeah, they do have ulterior motives, but Monica, now I'm going to go back into the rest of the people in the chat. Now I'm going to go back to, because Monica was asking about, Monica mentioned in the chat, you know, when she was reading through what they're trying to build their case on, what they're attempting to charge him with. So let's hear from some attorneys and some reporters pertaining to this case.
Prosecution, though, that racketeering charge, they have to establish a criminal enterprise. You taught us that. Are they on their way at least to doing that with the witnesses we've heard thus far?
Well, listen, I think that this was one of the best days for the defense. The needle was moved a little bit in terms of, have they created this enterprise, this group of people to say all around that Rkelly instructed them to do 1, 2, and 3?
No.
They have not really gone
They
down
haven't.
that path. They tried to do it with Demetrius Smith. That was the former tour manager. He said that Rkelly knew nothing about the bribe. They tried to do it perhaps with the doctor, and maybe they implicated him a little bit in terms of the herpes, but in terms of the criminal enterprise, not necessarily. Then we have Anthony Navarro. He was an assistant in the house who said he didn't see any sexual acts, and that while it was strange and something out of the Twilight Zone, this wasn't necessarily something that Rkelly was having him do any criminal acts. Yes, he told him that he couldn't talk to the girls. He told him that, you know, they could eat at a certain time. But this criminal enterprise, we're not going down that road yet. Of course, we have a number of weeks, so we're going to see many more witnesses to create this group of people, the spider web that Rkelly was in control of. That is what the prosecution has to
That's
do.
what they have to prove.
Robert told you that Aaliyah might
And they
be
witnesses
pregnant.
have been
That was
flaky.
the trouble that was assumed to be why they had to get married. And Smith said that is what he assumed, but to his knowledge, Aaliyah was never pregnant. And we know that marriage was later annulled. Another point, though, and one of the biggest points that the defense was able to bring out on cross-examination, as Koenig asked the witness on the stand, Robert never had anything to do with your bribing anyone to get a marriage license. And Smith said, that's correct. No, he didn't. So there is part of that charge that says Kelly had to knowingly and intentionally cause someone to bribe an official in order for it to be proven that there was a bribery. So could be a challenge, but the prosecution still has many more witnesses to call.
They all looking flaky.
All right, let's bring back in our think tank.
Every
the full
last
tank
one of them looking
once again.
flaky.
Michael Bixson,
Non-credible.
let's talk about
So let's
Aaliyah.
go.
She was 12 apparently when she met Rkelly. At 15, they were married. Then there was a fake ID. But all of a sudden, it's coming out that this guy's kind of acting on his own a little bit. And Rkelly's
Allegedly.
not necessarily, according to the testimony. So where does that leave us? Is this just a guy who's got an entourage who's trying to take care of them?
Pause for a minute, because the way these reporters are saying this stuff, what evidence do you all have? Allegedly, and that's what you need to say. However, because the news anchor this one right here did not say allegedly, he set himself up for a lawsuit to get your news station sued. You're setting yourself up to get your news station sued when you come up there and say definitively, without saying allegedly, it was this, it was this, it was this, and it was that. You better come out and say allegedly, because what these attorneys gonna do for you all is turn around and sue the pants off you and your news stations. And they coming with a double-edged sword, like the attorneys for Bill Cosby coming with a double-edged sword. They gonna hit y'all coming and going. And guess what your news station is gonna have to do? You're gonna have to run that money. Again, it is now. This is where I tap dance a little bit on the news media's head. This is where I thump y'all head a little bit. It is your responsibility to conduct your own fact-finding investigations. You have the ability to get access to information quicker than the general public do. In some regards. Why didn't you do that? You also have access to hiring private investigators. Why didn't you do that? You also have access to have computer forensic experts who deal in handwriting to come in and verify any document. Why didn't you do that? And when it comes to my field of digital forensics and computer forensics and forensics, electronic forensics, why didn't you do that? Talking about you got video footage, but you can't tell me nothing about a chain of custody or anything that's been authenticated. Now, you set your own self up to get sued. Now, having said that, because I'm looking at the way these reporters have been writing, and I said, oh, they just opening themselves up for lawsuits. But go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it, because you ain't got no proof. You ain't show nobody a lick of proof. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. And keep reporting that way, in a derogatory way, without your facts and your proof. And you're going to get sued. It's going to be what it's going to be. They going to do like Jeanette Bonet brother did. He turned around and he sued news stations for almost $1 billion and got it. Now, to you news media outlets who like the sensationalism, like I said, this is where y'all got to get your heads stumped a little bit. You either have journalistic integrity or you don't. You're there to report the facts, and if you don't have all the facts, say that, and don't assume nothing. And word accordingly. And word it accordingly. Now that I've veered over, let me go back to what the attorneys are saying as it pertains to this case. I'm not getting ready to play with the news media. We're not getting ready to play these games. I already know y'all could be pulled up on ethic reviews and have y'all license suspended. Stop playing. I already know as U.S. citizen of the United States, we can file petitions and grievances against you all. Stop playing. Now, let me play the clip. Monica didn't know what. So far, no one has admitted to accepting a bribe, because like I said, the one that they brought in, she said she didn't even take the information. She didn't take no certificate. That wasn't her. That was another lady, allegedly, that took the information, not her. So what do they have? Yeah, they made a lot of admissions, but the thing about it is, Demetrius got immunity. Well, he testified. That's why I called Demetrius Smith a slick old fox. Well, he went up there and did his testimony. He got some type of immunity, and then turned around and gave prosecutors nothing. Because see, he was supposed to be up there for prosecutors, help them build their case. He didn't help them build nothing. That's a slick old fox from Illinois. You better know who you're playing with. And that's why I've been saying throughout the week, that slick fox then bumped them prosecutors' head. Boom, 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 boom. He didn't bump their heads. You're dealing with a slick old fox from Illinois. That's why I call him a slick old fox. An old fox. Foxes are naturally clever by nature. That slick old fox went in there and got his immunity for whatever he got his immunity for, and didn't help the prosecutors at all. Under oath, on record. And they said he was up there cutting up on that stand and using my slangonomics. They said he was cutting up. Okay. He was up there like, I don't remember that. Said he was cutting up. They said he was cutting up. So I definitely want his transcript. I want Adria's transcript because they said she was cutting up. I want Rhonda's transcript because they said when the defense showed her images of herself. When she was saying something, the defense was like, is this you wearing this and these tight clothes? Well, you talking about you was only allowed to wear baggy pants? And she got up there and said Rkelly made her wear a Girl Scout uniform. Lord have mercy, Jesus. This is nonsense. Why? Why would the prosecutors have witnesses on the stand like this? They doing too much reality TV, but baby, you don't play these games in court. And you definitely don't play them in a federal court. This is not a reality TV show. This is real life. They're gonna find out. And all they understanding at the end of this trial, they're gonna get an understanding if it continues on. But let me play the attorneys. Let me stop talking so much and play the attorneys.
of the boss to keep him happy, to keep him safe? Or is Rkelly the one who can't apparently read or write running a criminal enterprise?
And I think that's the question here. I mean, from what we've seen, we see a lot of evidence not against Rkelly when it comes to this, but to his associates. And look, it's Rkelly the one really at the head of this. At least that's what the prosecution's saying is happening. And so if you have all these other people, all these other actors that are really going outside and doing their own initiative to do whatever they want and, do illegal acts, it's hard to really point the finger at him and say it's all about him, that he's really the ringleader here. And so I think that the state, or sorry, in this case, the federal government is really going to have a hard time with all this coming to light.
Greenberg, you froze in the middle of your answer last time. I'll let you finish your thoughts about this. And I know you're limited in some of what you can say, having represented Rkelly in this case, but go ahead.
Well, the testimony from Mr. Smith, I think, points up exactly what I was saying. He said, no one told me to do this. If no one told him to do it, then it's not part of the enterprise. It wasn't at the direction of the enterprise, and it wasn't in furtherance of the enterprise. And that's really where they have to pick at this case. Everyone's going to be disgusted by the rest of the testimony. I frankly don't know why so much is coming in about his sex life and the details and all that, because that doesn't go to the enterprise. No matter what you think of what these witnesses are saying, and people are going to not like this, but this is what the law requires. You got to look at what he's charged with. So he's charged with running a criminal enterprise. If these are Robert's rules that Robert's telling them, if Robert's doing things to them, and so on, if it's Robert, it can't be a criminal enterprise.
So you heard what Attorney Steve just said. He's charged with a criminal enterprise. Rico, you have to prove it's a criminal enterprise. So far, the witnesses have been saying it's just been Robert. Well, where's the enterprise? One person is not an enterprise. I learned that in business school. Before I went to business school, I do have a business degree too. One person is not an enterprise. So far, and the people who have been in the courtroom with firsthand information, they all saying the same thing. The prosecutors are doing a horrible job at proving their case. They have seen, the people who have been attending the trial have been saying, where's the evidence at? They just hear a bunch of people up there talk. They want to see some proof. They want to see some concrete evidence like I want to see. And they're saying the prosecutors have yet to present any, other than people just up there talking. The witnesses just up there talking, who's been inconsistent, except for Demetrius with his old slick stuff. And then the other ones they say got up there on Thursday talking about something. I'm gonna play one of the women who was there. I'm gonna let y'all hear, because she got the notes. They said he was up there talking about something. It's been some African-American males up there on the stand as we talking about some. They try to say Robert Sylvester Kelly was petty because they've been fired because they was a no call, no show to work. They said this one man took the time out to say that, and he thought that was petty. Excuse me, you getting on that stand under oath saying that is petty. And he didn't help them either. He didn't want to come up there and say he got fired because he was a no call, no show, and he think Robert was petty. Excuse me, you don't no call, no show on anybody's job, and it's about business, you will be terminated. No one's going to have you in their place of employment or establishment of employment, and you keep cooling, no calls, no shows. They're going to terminate you right on up out of here, out the door. So that's been going on. Like I said, for you all watching, I can't wait to get this. I can't wait to get this transcript. Thank you, Monica Mo. Monica, like the attorney saying, like the attorneys on here said, they have yet to prove the charges, their claim for their basis for bringing this case. They have yet to prove it. So while the other news media have been out here saying, oh, it's looking like that, oh, and this one said that, oh, and this one said that, they got to prove their case. And the judge done already talked about impeaching a witness, and that witness that she alluded to when she mentioned possible impeachment was Azriel or Azriel Clarence. And I know that the defense team getting ready to load up on these impeachments, especially of Geronda, because she was inconsistent, basically purged herself, and Azriel. They're gonna have them impeached. Those two, if they are the defendant, they are the defenders. They're not public defenders. They are criminal defenders, sex defenders. If they are the defenders that I think they are, they getting ready to have them up out of there. And that's why they came at them the way that they came at them. They got them to commit to the things that they said prior, and then went to what they were saying then, and then they got them, they added more credibility to the first thing that they said the first time they said what they said when they gave their statements. And then they confronted them. And they were so smooth in doing so, according to what I've been told by at least 5 people who have been inside the courtroom. They've been smooth with it too. They got them and they didn't even know they got. When they said the prosecutors, see, the news should have been reporting, when they said that prosecutor jumped up, when a prosecutor jumped up, when Azriel was on that stand, she jumped up and went to do this on her cell phone. Got her cell phone and just went to text it. They said she got up out of her seat and was like, that's y'all witness. Yeah, so Monica, you said you're talking about age. Both ladies under oath, Azriel and Geronda, admitted to lying about their age. But Geronda already had a record for having fake identification. She already had records for having fake IDs. But both of them admitted they lied about their age. Both of them, under oath, gave an admission about lying about their ages. So, and then again, the age of sexual consent varies from state to state. In Illinois, what is it, 17? And then another state, I'm told one of those southern states just lowered the age of sexual consent to like 14, 15. See, that then you get them up there saying, yeah, they lied about their age. You lied about your age. What else you lied about? That's why the defendant said in her statement, liars. She alluded to, you will see that these are some of these witnesses, or this witness is a known liar. That's what she said in her open. You will see. Like the witness, they get up here to take the stand, they're gonna prove to you themselves that they're liars. They said she said that in her open. They lied to they admitted lying directly to people involved with R. Kelly, who allege that they had contact with, as well as lying directly to R. Kelly. So they admitted, they gave admissions to lying to different people, Monica. That's so they've been lying to different people. They lied to him, they lied here, they lied to this one, they lied to the people that he knew, then they lied to him. So according to their own words, it's being alleged that they were just lying. Okay, lying all the way around. So, like I said, and then too, I'm gonna go back to the fact that what are their motives? They've not been credible. They've been extremely inconsistent. So now I'm gonna play some information from some firsthand witnesses who have been there. But this is what I want to say to the prosecutors and about the prosecution. Your witnesses should have stayed offline with inconsistent stories, because your witnesses have been online with some inconsistent stories and then had the audacity to have them take the stand, and they've been extremely inconsistent while on the stand, according to people who have been in the court, who want to tell all aspects and every side, from the prosecutor's side to what the judges and her disposition has been, to the defense side, and to what Robert Kelly's disposition has been in the courtroom, as well as the witnesses. Not only should your witnesses have stayed offline, their family members too. You should have investigated your witness prior to them taking a stand, your witnesses prior to them taking a stand. You should have vetted them a little better, because I would not have had, I'm gonna go back to what I said initially when I started talking about this case. I wouldn't have had them on the stand at all. There's too much video footage and social media posts out here of them contradicting their own selves for me to have them on the stand. Therefore, they got crossed up in not remembering what they said from one time to the next. And why would I have them on the stand to help my case? I wouldn't. Because they couldn't. And that's why on the video footage, when you're talking, when the first attorney comes on, and the African-American one, and it's like, you have to prove your case. And so far, it's been looking good for the defense. So tell the truth. So far, they were supposed to be helping you, but they're so inconsistent and unstable. They've been helping the defense team. Goes back to motives and credibility and integrity and ethics. Why? And where your proof at? Lord have mercy, Jesus. Hi, Yvonne. Oh, wait a minute, Monica. Whoa. You said the prosecutors were part. Okay, the prosecutors couldn't effectively prep them because they were part of Surviving R. Kelly documentary, which is what led to the indictment. Oh, okay, Yvonne. You're saying their allegations were vague? Well, I haven't read, and it's supposed to be like 3,500 pages that the prosecutors submitted. And they did say, from the people that were in trial, they said the prosecutors did an objection, attempted to object to something that the defendants brought up. And the defendants told the prosecutors, because prosecutors were saying, we don't have this information. And they said, the defense said, we got this information from you. You gave us this, which is another example of why I'm questioning the motives and the studiousness of these prosecutors who are bringing these charges. How you gonna submit something and you can't remember what you submitted your own self, and then have the audacity in a federal trial to object to something you said that you don't have, that you gave the defense team? You're not as astute as you think you are. That's what that says to me about some of these prosecutors who are bringing these charges, as well as them being out slick by that old clever fox, Demetrius Smith, who didn't get in nothing. He didn't help their case at all. He helped the defense case. He didn't help the prosecution case. Everybody that's basically gonna come out and tell the truth about it, they said that they said he was not up there helping them. He didn't help them no type of way. All he did was help the defendant, the defense team. They said that's what he helped. Again, who are these women? Who are these women? And where's the evidence at? Okay, so let me go to not here. Oh, let me go here, because they're saying in court, and she's not the only one who said this, that there tends to be a little bit rudeness going on. That once they get inside that courtroom, that they've been treated a little bit rude from workers who work there. And see, me telling people to shut up and this and that, or just doing stuff, you wouldn't. But I want to go right here, because let me see. No, I think this is the one. Let me listen to it in the background, because one of the persons who's been there said, Tim Arnold, I think that's his name, started name dropping. They said he brought up Shaquille O'Neal's name. He brought up Twister name. He brought up Whitney Houston name, who's no longer among us. That he was up in there name dropping. And I think this is one of the same ones who said Rkelly was petty and fired him because he was a no call, no show. I think this is the same person. Let me get past all this and see if this is where she's saying this. And I'm listening in the background to cue this video. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me go back a little bit. All right, I will bring this up here, right here. And once again, I'm showing video footage from women, various women who have been in attending this trial. and have given permission to show their video footage just because, like they said, they want to get the perspective out there. They want to get truth out there, and they want to get the other side out there. And then, you know, they just don't rock with that. They just not rocking with none of these witnesses. They just don't believe that whole documentary or whatever. And I didn't see the documentary, nor will I be watching it. I'm gonna watch these transcripts and hear these reports from people who are inside the courtroom, who's going to report the different aspects and have been reporting what everybody's been doing and how they've been looking and how they've been responding, and doing some detailed note taking. Because news media, I don't know who y'all sending to the courtroom. I don't know who y'all sending. Okay. And you know what, Monica? Yes, they do. They do have. The complaint you read was vague, and the prosecutors do have ulterior motives, definitely. To me, everybody in here got a motive or something. Well, Monica, that was their responsibilities. The prosecutor's responsibility when they would submit whatever they were submitting to the defendant, that was their responsibility. It is their responsibility to go over their notes. That's their responsibility. Okay, or to hire people to jog their memory and bring it back to their attention. Their paralegals. That's their responsibility. Either them or have their paralegals do it and prep them before they're going into these trials. That's on them. Because they said the defense team turned around and said, excuse me, you all gave us this. We got this from you. What are you objecting to? This came from you. So again, that goes back to them being astute. They have to pay attention to what they give. Excuse me, I'm not getting ready to give you nothing and then I don't know what I gave you and I have to be in court. I'm submitting all these discoveries and then I don't know what's in my discoveries. I don't think so. I'm gonna basically sit at home and try to line by line every page that I sent you. So when I get there, I'm really not gonna be too much relying on what's on paper. I'm gonna be able to almost verbatim exactly what I said to you, especially in a federal case. That's my thinking. I want a verbatim of what I submitted to you. I want to say, refer to page XYZ, paragraph this and that. This is what I said. This is what's in the motions. This is what I sent to you. Not get up there talking about some objection. I don't have that. And the defense said, you do too have it. You gave it to us. That's embarrassing. It ain't no way to slice that and dice that. That is absolutely embarrassing. That's one of the moments where you say, sit your butt down. Sit your butt down. But they're not sending unbiased people to go. And then it's being alleged that if they don't report a certain way from some news station, they'll get fired.
Very, very, very hot. Yeah, but Gloria Allred is in there. So I see that and Tom is cross-examining Tom
Arnold.
Arnold, and he talking about how the same thing never wrote. Yeah, I'm about to leave here now, so I'll see y'all over there now. Yeah, and guess what? It ain't no media outside today, y'all. You see how biased they is? It's not one media
and this was
station
on
out there
Thursday.
today. Not one. Now, Court TV is across the street, but that's it. No media. He brought up a lot of names today, y'all. They brought up Alexis, Junebug, Anthony, Ryan, Terry Allen, Big John. Yeah, they brought up a lot of people
But
faces
isn't Big
today.
John
A lot.
deceased? I don't know.
Jensen and McDavid. Yeah, there's a lot that we're gonna have to go over because he brought up a lot of names today.
Who's that person in the background? Tell him to sit. Let me hush. I guess he's hot. They said it was hot.
And then he's another one talking about Robert wasn't paying them no money. Everybody want to complain and say Robert wasn't paying them no money. I don't get it. Everybody's excuse. Oh, he wasn't paying us. No, it's no court tomorrow.
So this was on Thursday.
No court tomorrow. So we get a break tomorrow. Friday. And then court resumes back. No, that's next week. Court,
next week
is talking about next week.
It's going to be 5 days.
Court resumes next week, and next week is a full week, y'all. Next week is a full week. Exactly. I don't understand them, y'all. Now that everybody's not working for him, they just want to talk bad about him. And Tom, like he said, you never work with a celebrity. A celebrity has rules. They have to have a tight ship. It's not about he talking about he only fined him for little stupid stuff and all that. No,
so
he's a celebrity. And then they was talking about how Twister was there.
Whoever this Tom is, he telling on everybody. He bring it.
Let me see.
He bring
somebody named Baldy, Marty, Candy. They brought up that other Keith again.
Keith testified last week.
I was trying to tell y'all the part where they brought up the celebrities when he said he was there and the celebrities came there. I know it was Whitney Houston, Twister. I know it's not big. And then I'll go over the exhibits later on, y'all. But I gotta eat me some. I'm like super hungry.
He's talking about Jay-Z.
Oh yeah, he brought up Jay-Z, Twister. Shaquille O'Neal was there. Puffy.
He came with Jay-Z.
No, that's the other one.
Puff Daddy?
Yeah, he said Puff Daddy. No, that was never wrote. Tom Arnold today. He said today he came with Twister. Shaquille O'Neal was there. Twister and Puff. And they was talking about no, when he was working. No, they was talking about the studio. And he was talking about that studio visit. Yeah. He said when they was at the Olympia Field.
How many come in at a time?
And they talking
about 2 or 3. Oh, you got his hairdresser, all that, is security.
Yeah, because they said they had to notify Mr. Kelly when the guest was coming back and forth.
He was taking my money, wasn't paying for me.
Yeah, but he said he wasn't paying him, but he worked there all that time. Come on, with the bull crap. How he wasn't getting paid? Everybody wants to say the same thing. That
he got fired.
Robert fired him. He talking about Robert fires people for petty stuff. Like how he fired y'all for petty stuff. Not showing up, no call, no show.
And that's
how the
right.
hell is that
how
petty
is that
stuff?
petty? No call, no show.
And like Tom told him, you working
know.
for a celebrity. You think you're gonna be able to go and do no show and do stuff that's gonna get you fired, you're gonna
You're
get
gonna
fired.
get
You know how
fired
many
on
people want their
anybody's
job?
job if you keep calling up and you don't call and don't show up to work. That's anybody's job. They're gonna fire you.
I think it's Bass Productions, Boss Productions, but Robert was still paying them through them. So I see y'all in
Okay.
a
And so
minute. I just gotta eat
that's one
something.
of them
Ooh.
that's been there, and she's given permission. Another one is Hollywood Next, and she's been there. Dottie and Miss Sylvia, they've been there. And Jess have been there with Sonia and some other women and men who have been there inside these trials. She went from Monday to Thursday, and so she hit all 4 days this week. And Miss Sylvia and Dottie, they went 3 days this week. And I think just Next did 2 days because the first day she said she went, it was some type of confusion going on. So these people have been, and they have all been comical, and they've been coming out with notebooks full of notes, like trying to verbatim as much as possible what they have been saying. And then last night, some of them finally started coming with them transcripts that they purchased. So it's been a lot of transcript reading and enactment. So I wanted to get to that part right there. Is the Tom Arnold or Tim Arnold, whoever he is, who then set up there and dropped so many names: Jay-Z, Shaquille O'Neal, Whitney Houston, Twister. He just naming off everybody. Like, what is your motive? Why are you here? And then he just up there to vent. He didn't really give the prosecutors anything to. He didn't really get him done. He was up there having a venting session, according to, and she's not the only one who said it that way, according to the way I'm understanding it. So there's certain transcripts that I definitely want, because he's up there on a venting session. Like, like, and then you get cross-examined. And they said one of them broke down and was up there crying. I don't know which male that was. They said was up there crying this week. It wasn't Demetrius Smith. It was not him. It wasn't the slick old fox. It was one that came after him. They said was up there crying. Okay, like, but they're not serving their purpose. But that's on the prosecutors. They're not proving the enterprise. They're not proving RICO. You said don't. Right, that's business. You said don't hire your neighborhood. Don't hire your neighborhood friends. Well, to me, when you look at it, really through this, for the one, it kind of humanizes R. Kelly, because they said one of the ones that testified had a record for something else and really couldn't get employment. I don't know which one that was. And he went ahead and gave them the opportunity to work anyway, because they couldn't, because of prior records, they couldn't find work elsewhere. So, but I get what you're saying. You can't be trying to help a brother and a sister out if it's a certain level of integrity not there. And I guess and I can't speak for Robert Kelly. Maybe he was thinking, I got to get these people, man, maybe he was just thinking about the system. We already know the way the system is over here. So that was one. Let's go to Hollywood Next is at home. So she was definitely she was on her notes last night with her own exhibits. She was on her notes last night with her own exhibits and her own proof playing back stuff. Now that she's back home, so she's supposed to fly back out next week too. And so this, listening to everybody who's been there, it kind of makes me want to go. Kind of makes me want to be in the courtroom to see some of the stuff that's going on. Let me pull this up some until she get into. Okay, so here we go. So this is Hollywood Next. I'm gonna pull back some and I'll start her right here. Like I said, she flew in and flew back out. And so she's going back over her notes. Nasivi and Dottie flew in and went back home. But somebody from their side is supposed to fly back out so they can be there to cover next week. So you have different people or supporters of Robert Kelly and people who want the information, who are sponsoring and putting up their people to go in to the trial and get this information and come out, do the note taking and report what the news media is not reporting. Because when they said the prosecutor got up, and everybody that I've been watching said the same thing. That prosecutor got up and was on that. One of the prosecutors got up and was on her device like this when Rkelly was up on that stand at a point going off. They said she got up and was just They said when that judge was like, Demetrius, answer the question. And he was like, and she was getting tired. And he said he was getting tired too. Said, wow. See, and they've been reporting the posture. They've been reporting people's posture, how they've been looking at court, whether they've been looking down, up, standing around, they've been doing more reporting than the reporters. So thanks to these ladies who've been in there taking their notes and observing, being extremely observant. So here we go. This is Nexus Hollywood. And again, like I said, these women want to get the information out. So they've given permission to share their videos.
So I was telling you guys what Jane Doe wore. I'm sure you guys are already aware of it. She had on a red dress. She had on a black sweater and she wore a ponytail. Some said those are R. Kelly's favorite colors. And so, yeah, that's what she had on her last day. Now, cross-examination, she hasn't spoke to, they asked her, did she talk to the prosecutors the morning of prior to coming to testify that morning. She said she hadn't spoke to them. So this time they made sure they didn't talk to her because they knew that she was going to have to confirm she spoke to them. Hey, Minecraft, I see you. Hey, Jen. Hey. So yeah, that was that. And then the, okay, so further, okay, then they discussed her shopping book deals. Okay, she was shopping book deals. Okay, and then they wanted to know if she had an agent. Yes, she has an agent. They wanted to know who was her agent. Her agent is they wanted to know, was it Stacey Brown? She said she didn't
This
recall
is
the name of her
Osriel
agent,
Clary, by the
but they
way.
wanted to know, did she
He's
have one? She
talking
said
about.
yes, she has one, but she doesn't remember the agent's name. I find that very strange. You can remember all these details about these alleged assaults and all this stuff that you allegedly went through, but you can't remember getting an agent and who your agent is, and you hadn't had this agent that long. So this is stuff that should be fresh in your mind. But hey, they pulled out who the agent was and brought back memory to her. So they wanted to know, was your agent Charlene? Was that the agent? She said yes, that was her agent.
Charlene.
When was okay? So then they wanted to know, when did she started to shop this book deal? Was it before she flipped on Kels or after she flipped on Kels? And apparently she did it after she flipped on
Rkelly was
Kels,
locked
because
up
she's
because she
trying to
need that
get some
cash.
money, and that's what they're proving. This is all about money. This is about extortion. This is all about a scandal. This don't have nothing to do with no abuse and no these things that you're hearing and these lump-sided stories, and then you're hearing the readings of the prosecutor asking their witness questions that they already went over, so they knew what they were going to be discussing. Okay, but what had happened was it was easy to talk to the prosecutor because you feel like, okay, these my peoples, they got my back, you know what I'm saying, they not about to throw me under the bus or whatever. So that's pretty much what it was. Okay, she was very comfortable talking to them, and it was easy for her to carry on with her lies when they asked them to her. Okay, but when she was cross-examined, something you guys have yet to hear, and I have it right here. Okay, so we're going to get into her cross-examination from the defense attorney, Kenny.
And that's what I want.
So now that was that,
Examination.
and then now Kanik wanted to refresh in her recollection to recall, when did she start shopping this book deal. Remember, she flipped on Rkelly January the 9th, the day after his birthday, which was January the 8th. I see you, Monet, in the building, sweet lady, and everybody else is coming in the chat. So in Minecraft, I see you too. So yeah, they talked about this book deal, that when did she started shopping it. And so she couldn't remember. Kanik refreshed her memory, and it was actually February the 5th. Wow, that was extremely fast. Now, whoever told, I want to call her Dum Dum, but we're going to go on and continue to call her Jane Doe number 5. Whoever told Jane Doe number 5, aka Dum Dum, to go ahead immediately and get you a book deal so you don't miss out on this come up while the come up is good. Remember, she wanted 50,000 subscribers before she came out to say if she was defending Rkelly or not defending Rkelly. But hey, I said don't give her nothing, because if you was for this man, you don't need 50,000 subscribers. You just need to support your man. But
some
hey,
hustlers
she didn't
and some
do it.
takers.
But some people was for it, some people was against it. A lot of people attacked me behind it because they was like, you don't know what you're talking about. Looks like I knew exactly what I was talking about. I was led by the Spirit. I keep telling you, I'm very spiritually connected. Y'all see it and y'all already know it. Now, so after finding out February the 5th, 2020, she was shopping this book deal. Then it was like these people were sending her back manuscripts for this book deal to look at things, you know, to confirm what she wanted in these particular books. And then she started the manuscript proposals. Then after reviewing what she sent, the manuscripts was sent to her. Then she started to review the manuscripts. Okay. Then it jumped from that to she stopped taking pictures because she felt that she was portraying Robert's trust. Okay. Let me stop for a second so I can read Sexy Janet's comment. She says, "Oh my God, everyone, my pastor's sister just called me from New Jersey crying, telling me that my little brother just crashed, and your little brother, I am so sorry to hear that, Janet. Oh, my prayers go out to you and your family, and I will keep you all in prayer." Yaya says, pieces of the puzzle. Yes, that's the subscription. If you're able to put the link in there, put it in the chat. If you can't put the link in the chat, I will put it in the description at the end of this video. Tanya Campbell says she flipped back in November, but it came out as January. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. We have that. Then we have it to where she stopped taking pictures because she said she felt that, she was portraying Rkelly's trust. Okay, and then it came a time where she had to read about these letters, and she started saying, you know, Dad, she was telling this to her brother, Dad, or maybe this was one that she wrote to herself. I didn't actually notate which one this was, because like I said, there were several letters that was written out, and I'm not really sure which one was written out in the format that they came out. But once we get those transcripts, I'll be able to correct anything that I am quoting. Okay, so here she said, Dad, you didn't tell Mommy that you used to FaceTime Rob, okay, and was calling Rob happy and jolly. You didn't tell Mommy these things you were doing to blackmail. You didn't tell. No, she was saying, like, you didn't tell that you was doing all these things to blackmail Rob. Okay, you said that hold on, you said that you wait go to the media. Okay, you said that you will go to the media and smear this man's name.
She said that under oath.
And this is what she
and I've been hearing this
said. She said you literally
from
was
everybody
taking
who's
legal
been in
actions. Okay, this is what happened. She said you
really
literally taking legal actions, and because of this, she have to say this. And then she went on to say, wait, Jane Doe. So if you don't, I don't want to say her name. So if you don't, Jane Doe said Jane Doe said she loves R. Kelly and wants to be with Rob. She was doing things just to appease you guys, okay? But now she's fed up. She does no longer want to appease her family because of, you know, all the stuff that they're doing. She said, you guys are stressing yourselves out. You guys made this about you. And then she went on to say, no, she said, you guys made this about yourselves. You think I'm not happy. I'm happy with Rob in my life. I love this man. That's what she said. I love this man. And no matter how they try to spin this and make it appear as if she wrote these letters, forced to write these letters or coerced to write these letters to me was authentic. And this is how she truly, truly felt. Okay. Okay. So now, yet another money grab off of R. Kelly's name. These people are down low and dirty. Yes, they are, Mark. Most definitely low down and dirty. Hold on. I'm sorry. I wanted to get this one. Okay. So now we're going to go over to I can't see my family because this is what she was saying. I can't see my family because of you guys. About the way you know how you wanted to get money. You needed money to be happy. On one hand, both of you and Mommy took money. If someone paid you for an interview right now, you would take it. That's what she said. If anybody, you know, this is what she said. They would take this interview. Okay. She said you wanted me to send pictures of me to blackmail him. You knew his past. You made me feel like a hoe and a prostitute. You threw me out at 3 a.m. in the morning and said that because he was fucking my daughter, that he needed to give up $20,000 and $10,000 a month or send a food truck. Okay, that's what was said, or send a food truck. Let's see. I said my brother. Oh, this is what she said to her brother, Lonnie.
Let me pause for a minute and explain. So the defense has Oswald Cleary, Jane Doe number 5, read back from some letters that she wrote to refresh her memory. They're having her read back what she wrote. Credibility, right? Commit the witness, right? Then go after the credibility and then confront them, right? Earlier on in the video, when I showed the attorney and the professor of law who teaches law, when he talks about the cross-exam, when you're doing your cross-examination and you want to impeach a witness, you commit them. Yeah. Go after the credit, make them acknowledge and credit what they said prior and what they're saying now. And then you confront. Because you're setting them up when you come back before the jurors to get them what? Impeached as a what? Witness for the case. So this is the prosecutor, this is the defendant, excuse me, these are the team that's defended Robert Kelly, who has given her own letters and had her read them openly under oath in court. This is the part that she's going over in her notes now. And this is not my first time hearing this either, because like I said, there's other channels out there I've been watching, and the information has been the same. They said the defense been like, you can't remember? And this is my paraphrasing. So they like, oh, you can't remember. Oh, you can't remember? Oh, okay. So here you go. Let us have you read what you wrote before. Here you go. Oh, so you can't remember? So here are the exhibits that was submitted. Here it is. Here you go. Why don't you read from this? These your words. This what you wrote. This what you said. Go ahead and read what you said. When you said what you said. As if they were not going to go to court and get cross-examined. I don't know why the prosecutors did not vet them and prep them for this. For court, for real, federal court. Like I said, this is not, to me, it seems as though there's an element of them being caught up in reality TV. Baby, this is not reality TV. This is real court, and you're in a federal court. And this is a real case. Somebody should have told them something. But Hollywood Nexus is the one that, she's one of the one that had me laughing when she said, when Osriel Claire started getting cross-examined and he started getting hot, she was up there gasping for air, looking around like, y'all help me. Somebody help me. Help me up off this stand. They can't help you at that time. You could have helped yourself by not being a witness or by pleading the fifth and walking in with your own attorney and said, she pleaded. She's going to take the fifth on this. And process of eliminating your own self. Now let me finish what she was saying, but that's where it's at, G Money. That's where it's at. That's where we are. And like I said, these are women who have been in court at the trial. So what are their motives? And they doing book deals, they going on all type of tours, talking about they were victims. So here you have, and it's let the record show, it's still on the internet. They didn't have book deals. They've been on all these tours, collecting all this money. And we have yet to see any evidence. All we have is what they said. You never once heard from the other side, which was Robert Sylvester Kelly, or the people that used to work for him for real and for all those years, like Public Announcement. They was all in a group together. They was with him the longest. One of the ones in Public Announcement, his former group member was with him the longest. They was cool the longest. So why are we not hearing from them since they want to go all the way back into the 90s? If you want to go there, let's go. And then another member of Public Announcement, in an interview he gave to someone, is on here as well too. He said he was supposed to be in the Surviving R. Kelly docuseries, but because he would not throw R. Kelly under the bus, so to speak, or say anything negative or derogatory about him, he was excluded. So let's go. You won't do a docuseries about somebody's life or a docuseries on somebody, you better have all your facts and your proof together. But Lifetime, I'm looking forward to you all being sued. Period. Let the record show. But let me go back to some of what she's saying.
Okay. This is what she was telling him, and basically was just going on about, that about the parent. Hold on, I'm gonna lose these pages. Now, and then she said, you didn't tell my brother that you was texting Rob. I do what I want. and comfortable.
She reading back from her own note. Says she do what she want to do. She
Hold on.
comfortable.
I really just need a moment to fix. She said she really just needed a moment to fix herself. She said, then I guess there was a question about, no, this is still the letter, because she said she left Rob several times.
She left several times.
When you said you could fix this. Okay. No, this is the question that the defense asked her about if she left Rob and basically having to fix herself. And so she stated that she left Rob several times. When you said you could fix this, they wanted to know, what did she mean and where did she go when she left Rob? Okay, she left Rob and she went home to her family. Okay, so all this about she don't know where they don't know where their daughter is, and my daughter. They knew exactly where their daughter was at because they was in communication with her, like she said.
Wait a
even
minute.
In the Shabazz.
But I thought they was being held hostage, chained, and some of them was chained and bound and all this other stuff. And also it came out in court under oath. As Riel said, Rkelly didn't. Nobody told her to eat no fishes. Nobody told her to eat fishes. She was not forced by anyone to eat fishes. So I cannot wait to get those transcripts, because you had them talking about all this crazy stuff, and we just gonna have to let the record show. Also, because we believe in the evidence and science, I want to see them die. I want to see the medical records. Show me that some fecal particles was in her body and she actually ate some fishes. That's provable. That's part of science. We can prove that. Where they medical records at? Let me finish.
Docu-series. Okay, I can tell this is going. I'm not happy and running into. She was running into circles. She's tired of going through this. She claims she wrote these letters in the house. Okay, they wanted to know, when did she write these letters? She claims she wrote these letters in the house while she was still dating Mr. Kelly. But I believe the defense is proving that to be. I just personally believe it's a lie. I personally believe she wrote these letters when she had already flipped and left. Okay. Do you recall this? She said, yes, I do. It's a screenshot from a Snapchat account. Okay. And she
Pause
said that
for another minute.
Let me see.
Again, this is what the news media has not been shown. The defense running back everything that they've been posting on their social media accounts, as well as the video footage, because the judge made them blow that up, according to what I've been told by people who've been there, or what they've been saying, who have been there for saying, the judge said, blow it up, blow the video up and put it on big screen, large screen for her. As Rkelly, since you don't remember, the judge said, put it on a big screen. So when I'm talking about, and remember, and I'm only going to hit this and then let me finish on so she can finish what she's saying. When I had some attorneys on, and a former attorney on, now she's a judge, and we talked about stupid social media users, or what I call dumb social media users. This is what I'm talking about. Now you get your behind up in court and they playing back everything from your social media posts, or showing you still images or images from your social media posts. To your face. And then they making you read back your own stuff that you wrote, that you talking about you can't remember. But you can remember everything else that was sexual. Get up out of here with this. This is, somebody make it make sense. You can't.
Okay, the Las Vegas, then they wanted to remember, was she in Las Vegas? She said yes. And then they wanted to know, did she stay in the Mandalay Bay? She said yes. She sent her mom a text message saying that everyone was having fun. Okay, and then they asked her, was that true? She said yes. And then they talked about at the Mandalay Bay, you have to be like 21 years old to get into this casino. Okay, so and then they said you have to be 21 to get in the casino, right? And then she said yes. And then they said, well, Robert was there, right? And then she said yes. And then they went on to say
She couldn't get in.
You testified, you told Rob you were 17 years old. He sent you home. Is that correct? She said yes. Okay, y'all got to pay very close attention because she said yes. Robert sent her home. Okay, let's get to the next one. Okay, so now, please, with the distractions in my chat, because right now I'm trying to get this commentary out the way. I know a lot of people is going to be going through their own personal issues, and I'm not being non-sympathy to anyone, but come on, I'm trying to give a commentary here. So, but it's just too much going on right now. I don't like it when people try to bring stuff into my chat. You know what I'm saying? Because right now I am focused on my focus. My tunnel vision is right here with you guys to give this information to you guys that y'all have been patiently waiting for me to bring to y'all. So please, let's not throw any distractions out here. While I sympathize with anyone maybe going through any trial or tribulation, any type of loss that anyone may be having in their family, my condolences goes out to anyone going through any type of situation, and I will continue to pray for everybody. But right now, my focus is my focus. This is my platform. This is what I'm here to do. Okay, so let's get back into this. Okay, so he said you testified. You told Rob you were 17. Yes. He sent you home. Is that correct? She said yes. You talked to your mother and father. Yes. And then the defense attorney said, but your parents signed you over to some particular person, correct? And the person that they sent you to was Valerie Denise Payton. Are you guys aware that that they never ever met a Valerie Denise Payton? That's why when you go to the Gayle King's interview, the father said when Gayle King asked, as a matter of fact, I want to do a show and tell because I want to put this stuff together so where in case any of you guys may have missed some of this stuff, you don't need to miss it here. Okay, so let's get this going.
Let's go. Let the record
right
show.
Now. Okay. Because
she got up there and said her parent
right now. Okay, so
she said she was 17.
Let me get to the
under oath. Robert Kelly sent her home. That came from her own mouth. Under oath.
This is very crucial to put together these pieces of the puzzle.
Then they get ready to say her parents sent her back.
Okay, here we
in
go.
Custody of somebody they never met. That's trifling.
Here we go. Somebody else.
If this is true, that's trifling because she already be lying. Oswear, you already be lying.
Okay.
You have multiple
make
personality disorder. That's one thing. They call it dissociative disorder now.
Like I said, for some of you guys that may not have heard any of this stuff, you don't want to miss any of this stuff right now. So let's see. Thank you, sweet lady. You feel me? We're not doing that. Not tonight. I've been resting and I came back for y'all. There's just too much stuff going on and way too much stuff going on. Here we go.
The parents of one of R. Kelly's live-in girlfriends say she is trapped in what they call a monstrous situation. Only on CBS This Morning, Alice and Angelo Clary reveal why they are now afraid for their daughter's, Azriel's, life. It is their first interview since the scathing Lifetime documentary Surviving R. Kelly. Azriel Clary met the singer back in 2015. She was 17 at the time.
So she says she was 17, but let's go.
Her parents claim that Kelly promised to help launch her singing career.
That's another lie. He never made no promises about launching no singing career. Mark Jones says Mr. and Mrs. Pimplow are poor excuses of mother and father trying to get a come up off their daughter, the rat. So let me just let y'all. I'm going to break this Gayle King interview down for you guys because the stuff that was said in this interview, I can now clarify it because of the stuff that's being said actually in trial for Kelly. Here we go.
They say they have learned since then that his real interest in their words was a little more sinister.
That was another lie because R. Kelly never had any sinister thoughts. These parents had the sinister thoughts. These parents are the one who tried to pimp their daughter like she was a hoe and a prostitute. And she said that before in the Gayle King interview, but it was also restated in this trial. Okay, so let's go.
I spoke with them yesterday about how this all started. And they say that just 3 days after meeting R. Kelly, their daughter went to a hotel to meet.
Okay, so that's true. After meeting R. Kelly, their daughter went to a hotel. We know now through court trial and on the witness stand that The reason she went to this hotel is because her mother was texting R. Kelly and portraying to be the daughter. Not only that, but it was arranged for her to go to this hotel and get with R. Kelly, and 30 minutes later, they were going to call the police. And exactly what they said in the trial is exactly what had happened. And we're going to hear it right here on Gayle King when it was aired in 2019. We're going to hear it again that they just said in court here now in 2021. And again, I'm going to be reiterating it because I was in the courtroom and this is what I heard myself.
All right,
And without
then.
their
She
permission,
heard that
they were
first
furious
person.
and went knocking on hotel doors.
And that's a lie. They never went knocking on hotel doors. They was never furious. That was all a lie, okay? They was clearly lying, okay?
To find her.
Well, what she said was, this was an audition. Why wouldn't you trust me? Y'all would think I would put myself in a predicament and not call y'all if something wasn't right.
That was a lie. Okay, they knew that their daughter was at this hotel. They knew she was in the hotel with R. Kelly, and they knew to call the police. They never went there because we know now through the testimony, and it's in black and white. Okay, you'll be able to read it for yourselves and hear it for yourself, but it's in black and white that they never went to the hotel. The police went knocking on the doors, not knocking on the doors, but knocked on the specific door because they knew the door to knock on. They went inside. They saw that nothing was going on. She confirmed nothing was going on, but just audition like they stated, and then they checked for identification, and they found out that little heifer was 17 years old, and she was sent home. Okay, that's what had happened.
Can't wait till
She
the
was
police
sent
to
home
come.
because R. Kelly, she looked like a damn fool because she was telling him she was 18 years old in this hotel room, but she knew she was 17 years old. And when she found out she was 17 years, when he found out she was 17 years old, not only did he send her home, but that's when her family fabricated the story about Valerie Denise Payton. That was all another lie. Okay, there was never Valerie Denise Payton. There was never somebody that worked for Sony and they thought because she worked for Sony. This is what they said, and I'm going to let you hear for yourself, but I want to break this down for y'all who may not have heard this and just missed this. Okay,
Saying you're messing up my chances.
Exactly.
That's exactly what she
So
said.
that's what-
This is my opportunity. This is my big break.
that's a lie. This was the mother and the father's opportunity. This is the mother and father big break, and they was using their daughter as a pawn to get it. Okay, that's what had happened.
Tempers eventually cooled, and the Clarys say they actually developed a professional relationship with him.
They are liars. They never, ever had a professional relationship with R. Kelly. They was jealous of R. Kelly. They was envious of R. Kelly, and they wanted to propose a dildo to R. Kelly with the likeliness of his voice singing as the dildo would do for sexual, for sexual stuff. Okay.
R. Kelly over the next few months, even pitching various business deals, all of which he rejected.
And yes, he did reject them. He rejected the dildo deal. He rejected the food truck. He rejected the mother wanted to work for R. Kelly and be some type of assistant. She wanted to be a driver. She wanted to be everything she could have been to this man, and he rejected it. He did. He looked at them like they was a bunch of idiots and a bunch of starstruck groupie fools that they are. The Clary and the Clary wife, okay? While he's sitting here trying to act like none of this is accurate. This is all accurate because it was said in documentation on live TV with Gayle King, and then it was also stated in trial just this past week. Okay,
y'all need to bring y'all
Clarys
behind to
say
that
the singer
stand,
had
and I
his
want to hear
own
what you
proposal.
parents
Let
have to say
Asriel
on
join
the
him on his tour full time.
now that was another lie that was proven in court. He never wanted to bring her on. They was throwing their daughter on him and saying because he said she needed a guardian to be with her in order to be around this man. He didn't want to be around a minor at all. And someone said if R. Kelly was so interested in minors, why did these groupies have to lie about their age? Why did they have to fabricate fake identifications if he liked it underage girls. Wouldn't you just say, hell, I'm 16 years old, I'm 12, I'm 13? Why you gotta lie and say you 18, you 19, if you 16? You know what I mean? So whoever said that, shout out to them, because I like to give credit where credit is due. They were definitely obsessed and they were stalkers, okay?
He flew us into Chicago.
Let me pause it. She said that he flew them into Chicago, but
Where the
remember,
flight
they
records
didn't get
at?
nothing out of R. Kelly. He ain't
Where the
gave them
flight
a dime,
records at?
not a dollar. She didn't
Where's
even
the
want to stay
proof?
in a hotel that he had chose for them to stay in, and because Mommy Dearest wanted to be controlling and in control, and old Mommy Dearest really just wanted to have her own space. She did not want to even sleep with her daughter because she was trying to make it just how they were already premeditating and planning out and plotting this scheme against R. Kelly. But they're not the only ones. Joycelyn has yet to come out and throw her own parents under the bus, which she will allegedly be at trial this coming week, throwing their asses under the bus because they're the head honchos of this whole entire situation.
Now, let me pause right there because Tim Savage and Jocelyn Savage, that's her father. The one who was on here earlier that I said, WW, how dumb can you be, when G Money put dummy in the chat, and I said, let me go here then. I'll bring him up now. When I said, it can be interpreted a type of way. This is a federal case. Why would you have your behind online? It could be interpreted as you interfering with a federal case. When he said he would do everything in his power, make sure his daughter don't take the stand. They're gonna do everything in their power. Make sure she don't take the stand. WW. How dumb can you be? And I ask again, who are these prosecutors? What is your motive? And why isn't this mess already shutting down? But we'll let it go on. Okay, I guess the judge is saying, okay, they say they got it. I want to see them get it. Because again, other people who've been in court have been saying she's been looking a little frustrated about all these shenanigans that's been going on from these witnesses. And at the end of the day, for anybody out there saying anything, it goes back to the proof. What can you prove? Where's your evidence at? And we want valid evidence, untampered with, and concrete proof. See, and the fact that, again, when the prosecutors brought, because they did it for Geronda too, because she got in there and tried to be inconsistent, that got in there and tried to lie. I'm gonna call a lie what it is. With your inconsistent selves, getting in there under oath, and then they can't remember what they said, or they didn't say that, or they trying to say something else. And the cross-examination, what did they do? Commit you to what you said prior. Establish your credibility in what you said prior, and then confront you about what you said prior, right? Isn't that what the attorney told us earlier? The professor / attorney said earlier in cross-examination. The way that they teach it, when you want to impeach a witness, commit, credit, and confront. And that doesn't mean you sitting to their face and you, an attorney, calling them a liar. No, you just play back what they said, or make them say what they said, or read back what they said. And that's what the news haven't been saying. The fact that the defense team has been making these women read back their own stuff and showing them pictures and going to their social media posts saying, is this you? And then on the social media post, that comes with a time stamp and date. Is this you right here? This is what the media has been saying. They too busy stuck in a sensationalistic mode. Person after person I have heard who have been there, who want the information to get out, have been saying the same thing. That she got up there and basically steamrolled on her parents. as well as herself, as well as going back and forth. So and Tim Savage, this is why you should have stood down and get y'all behinds off this internet with this dumb stuff. And before you could take your Instagram post down, people already had it. It only takes a duty to preserve or letter to hold, a duty to preserve. Now, let me talk a little bit the way electronic go, and then I'm gonna get back to one who was there. Another woman who was there, who has been there. It only takes letter to hold, duty to preserve after you receive that letter to hold. Let me show you the way it's gonna go with electronics. A warrant for the electronic information, data/information, turn evidence. Someone needs to come out and make sure they are collecting, maintaining, and storing the evidence appropriately and to court, which involves hardware tools, software tools. That's the way this goes. But these parents want to be up here still posting. Get y'all butts offline and stop till this trial is over. And your prosecutor should have told you that, should have informed you. It was their strong recommendation that you recuse yourself from being online, exclude yourself from being online until this trial is over. Now,
and he basically told us, yeah, I'm starting tour. Basically, y'all need to make a decision.
That was a lie. They stalked this man and they followed this man while he was on, because he did probably tell them he was going on tour. I wouldn't deny that, but I believe that they found out he was going on tour. They started going everywhere he was at. He never sent them. So that came out in trial that the mother actually went with her daughter. The brother went with the daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like they was all working together trying to take down this man. It was really crazy to hear
and his
live
video
and direct
footage of y'all at his concert.
That dreams of becoming a singer, according to her parents, who say she dealt with personal struggles, including a suicide attempt following a bad breakup.
And that was a lie, because we know through her original Twitter account that her ex-boyfriend, whom she lost her virginity to, while she's making it appear as if she lost her virginity to Rob, he didn't take her virginity. Her ex-boyfriend took her virginity, and she didn't even have sex with Rkelly until she was actually legal age. All this stuff has come out, and it will continue to come out. You just have to pay it close attention and watch what's happening, you guys. You gotta watch what's happening.
It was before she met Rkelly. She eventually gave her parents an ultimatum. She says, if you don't allow me to go, I will try to take my own life again, or I will run away.
And that's a lie. And if someone says something like that, you should have told that little heifer, go do what you gonna do, because you ain't going no damn where. You know what I'm saying? But, and then the mother come with this old fabricated story. Well, we didn't want to call her
take
bluff.
her to the mental hospital.
I'm not gonna curse, but we didn't want to call her bluff. You already know what I want to say. Lady,
take her
please.
straight to medical.
I don't want to call her bluff on it, because
take your
I know
child
she
to
just
medical.
attempted this previously.
And all this stuff was a lie. The girl went to the mental hospital because she has behavioral problems.
Multiple
okay,
personality
behavioral
disorder.
problems. You're not going to find nowhere that there was any type of suicide attempt. It has yet to come out, but I'm sure I may have missed that, because like I said, I wasn't there on Monday, unfortunately, to get the whole beginning of the prosecutor questioning their witness. But I do have the transcript, and if you guys want to hear it from Hollywood Next, I can read it to you guys shortly after going through this commentary.
I'm thinking in my head, she only got 3 more months. She will be 18, so she can do what she wants.
Now she's talking about she got 3 more months and she's going to be 18. Well, you should have waited them 3 months.
And she really carry out this, and then now I'm living with regret for the rest of my life.
From the outside looking in, guys, people will still say you're allowing your 17-year-old daughter, who at the time is underage, to go with R. Kelly. The perception is that he preys on underage girls. Did that give you any kind of pause whatsoever?
That gave me pause. I mean, it gave me awareness, but you talking about a young lady that's raised by 2 parents.
I don't understand what he mean when he says it gave him awareness, but you're talking about a young lady who was raised by 2 parents. What is that supposed to mean? I mean, there's rebellious children if you're in a 2-parent home or a 1-parent home. So he was just trying to make it appear like, oh, our daughter is just too goody two shoe. She would never. Well, that hoe and that prostitute that you sent out there to pimp your child, because that's what you was doing. You sent the hoe and the prostitute out there to pimp her ass and sell her pussy to R. Kelly for $20,000 and $10,000 a month. Let's just call this hoe a hoe and a prostitute, and the mommy and the daddy, the pimps that they thought they was to pimp their daughter pussy out to R. Kelly. That's what they was doing, selling ass.
So you're saying you trusted her?
Next,
I didn't trust.
Hollywood Next did not mix her words there, and it is in the description. Strong, graphic content, strong language, parental consent. That's why I put it in there because I saw it yesterday when I was in her live stream in the chat when she was live streaming, and Azriel, according to everybody who has been reporting this, minus the news media, they're all saying basically the same thing. That she said her parents, and that was her, that she used the P word in court, was selling and making money off her her good thing, her sweet stuff. We just gonna have to let the record show. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Somebody on their way. You don't play these games in federal court. Now, these prosecutors have opened it up for every last one of their witnesses to be investigated, and rightly so, as well as their parents, for some investigations to be lodged against them. Who are these women? Who are these women prosecuting this case? And why would you have these witnesses up there? That's why I said, if I'm an attorney, I'm not bringing you up there and you're unstable, because the instability of your testimony and what you're saying shows up when I'm questioning you during a deposition, when I'm taking your testimony prior to court, taking your written statements prior to court. No, but they stuff big out here online for everybody to see. Goodness.
Him. What I trusted was I raised my.
You didn't trust R. Kelly, but yet you signed your hoe and your prostitute over to R. Kelly.
That don't make
Come on,
sense.
y'all.
Make it make sense. That's what he just said. Somebody make that make sense. This is why they need to stay offline. These parents need to stay offline.
You sent your hoe and your
stay off the
prostitute out
news
there
media.
to sell her pussy to R. Kelly for $20,000 a food truck, a motherfucking lightning job, and a motherfucking assistant job, and a driving job, and any type of job they can get. Why not just cut the man grass, for crying out loud?
I trust my daughter will be honest with us.
Oh, you trusted this hoe? You trusted this pussy? You trusted this prostitute to go out there and sell her pussy and bring you the benefits? You trusted a hoe? Do you know hoes can't be trusted? What the fuck is going on here? I'm just saying. You just, is this for real? Oh my goodness.
And this was strictly her music. R. Kelly had a platform as big as music could ever give somebody. I didn't see the label stop supporting.
And you told me that you saw him working with other young women. Yes. Last week, Kelly blamed.
That was so irrelevant about what you saw him doing with other people. See, that's the problem with people. Y'all be worrying about everybody but yourself. Why don't you keep your eyes on your own paper? And then you know what I'm saying? Because you studied long, you studied wrong. I'm just saying.
Some people need to study a little longer so they can study right and get their information tight.
What kind of mother will sell their daughter to a man?
3 months before.
And I'm going to pause that because knowing now what I know, I can understand what
Let
he
me play
meant
it back
when he said, what
because
kind
I
of
was talking
mother,
through that.
what kind of father would sell their...
Sorry. Let me play it back because I was talking.
What kind of father, what kind of mother will sell their daughter to a man? 3 months before.
And I'm going to pause that because knowing now what I know, I can understand what he meant when he said, what kind of mother, what kind of father would sell their daughter to a man. They was willing to sell their daughter for $20,000 and $10,000 a month. Take this hoe off our hands, take that pussy and do what you do with it. Just send me the fucking money. Throw the bitch in the hole in the everybody under the bus. Just run that money. They some broke ass bums. Mr. Clary, you can say what you want to say. You broke as fuck. You ain't got no fucking legacy. You ain't got no damn money. You's a broke ass scammer out here selling your daughter pussy and prostituting her for a fucking $20,000 come up and hoping to get a job with R. Kelly for his lightning show when the man already has a lightning person who's been working with him for over 20 years. Why would he need you? Who the fuck are you? I keep telling you people, it's not easy to get in this industry just meeting somebody and saying, oh, let me show you, let me give you that. Can I pitch this deal? Motherfucker, do you know how you gotta get in this industry? You have to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody to try to get you in the door like that, to be able to pitch anything to this man. So whoever let him in, and I can't wait for that to come out because we know it was the Clarys, but how did the Clarys get in? We know it was Cheryl Mack because she's the one who went in the store and her Joycelyn so-called singing, knowing that girl ain't got a whistle on her voice, okay? But anyway, and that's how it all started. So let's just continue with this. Here comes the Valerie Denise Payton stuff, and I really wish I had for you guys.
So I'm gonna stop there right there because, like I said, I was watching her live stream yesterday, and you see what I said in the bottom of the comment section. Mute these trifling parents, and mute these trifling parents is not new for me because over 2 years ago, when this case came out pertaining to this, the first thing that came out of my mouth as being a parent and having been a former educator was mute these trifling parents. Child Protective Service, where you at? Child Protective Service, where were you at? Then two, when you're dealing with state by state cases, you have to understand the age of consent varies and is different from state to state. The age of legal sexual consent varies from state to state. It is not the same. But I'll say it again, I'll be doggone. And I said it over 2 years ago, I'll be doggone if you allegedly got my child somewhere and you allegedly not gonna let her go. All you gonna hear is boom, 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 boom. You got a couple of seconds, and after that, it's on. Because after that, what you gonna hear outside is I'm shooting. Bullets gonna be flying on all your stuff outside. No, I wouldn't shoot on the facility up on the inside because my child is in there. But everything that you got on the outside will be tore up from the flow up. And why somebody out there doing that, I'm probably coming down your roof. I'm coming through your ceiling for mine. As a mother and as a parent, that's the way I feel about mine, period. Let the record show. I don't know another way to feel about that. Because as a child, I saw what my dad did. I was in the car, my firsthand experience of when people was messing with his kids. I was in the back of the car. I was the one in the back of the car shaking when he was going door to door from parent house to parent house about what somebody allegedly did to his kids. Like to snatch door handles off, whatever. And I was standing right there when he told that lady, not ever, your kids better not ever. You, your kids, and nobody else better not ever jump on my son again. When he had to tell parents that, he said, or else it's gonna be you and I. That's the way this is gonna go down. So I'm just not, I ain't used to this new stuff. And some of this stuff ain't new. Some people do their kids this way. This ain't, I wasn't brought up that way. I was not brought up that way. My parents did not raise us that way. We were not brought up like this. Touching on kids in our family was a no-go area. That's when my parents would come undone on your behind. Mess with their kids if you want to. That was a no-go area. That's when they would release a whole nother level of next level. That's what I know. That's the way I was brought up. This other stuff here, it's almost unfathomable. It's almost unfathomable. And it's some downright foolishness. But this is in court under oath. Like I said, she steamrolled on her parents. That's on record. That's on record. That's on record. These people been there. Like I said, I almost want to be there. Really, for some of this stuff, hearing some of this stuff, I'm like, are you serious? Like, but I want to be there to ask the news media a question after they come out of court. I got some questions for the news media. See, because she's not the only one that's reported. Just Jess and Sylv and Sonia, they reported the same thing she said. Miss Sylvia and Dottie, when they've been in the courtroom taking their notes, it's been the same. It's been a consistent across the board. And last night, like I said, people who have the transcripts began reading back from transcripts for the first week of this trial. So they're doing transcript reenactment readings on this trial. News anchors, all you guys have been reporting is from the prosecutors. The defense have been in there all along. Can we hear what they had to say? But no worries, never mind. There's others out here who've been in court reporting too. Let the record show. So later on tonight, yeah. Later on tonight, Miss Sylvia is supposed to have some, and when she starts her live stream, I'll drop it in the on my community page. She's supposed to be on there with some attorneys who specialize in RICO. Okay. If that happens tonight, that's what she had scheduled for tonight. This evening, they're supposed to continue reading from the transcripts, doing their reenactments. So that's supposed to be happening today, as well as other channels who have the transcripts who actually attended court, reading directly from transcripts, doing the reenactments, readings from the transcript. That means they have different readers. Somebody's reading every person. Somebody's reading for the judge, somebody's reading for the witnesses, somebody's reading for the prosecutor, somebody's reading for the defense. So they've been doing that. They started that yesterday. A lot of different channels started that. So I don't have everybody's channel who's been in court, but I do have some. And like I said, with these ladies, they have given verbal permission to go ahead and share their information, to get the information out, to give a balanced perspective. So people won't, because it's been a lot of people out here in comment sections and news media just thinking, oh, they're losing, the prosecutors doing such a fantastic job. The witnesses are just standing tall, one news anchor said, and they getting toward the shreds. They're getting toward the shreds. You sent them into a lion's den and they don't get out unscathed. And untouched. And again, what were the motives of these? What are the motives of these prosecutors? What are the motives of these witnesses? Everybody motive seems like money and recognition right off the top. And that's just my perspective right off the bat. Want to be associated with somebody else that's come up instead of doing the work themselves. Go get your own job. Work with the fruit of your own hands. If you a vocalist or a musician, produce what you gonna produce and put it out there. And you keep going until you get to where you need to be. They do have an agenda, but even that agenda, P. Legal, to keep him in jail, they're gonna turn around and sue for that too. Because that brought up the question of a violation of his constitutional rights. The defense attorney, Connect, which is on the case, brought that up. Violation of rights. I want to see how in depth he goes with that. And the first day I heard him, and he said that when he did his interview, I said, "Oh, okay. I see where he go. He's an African American gentleman." I said, "I see where he going." I said, "Okay. I see where they getting ready to go." Yeah, they setting this up so they can turn around and sue, and rightly so. They setting this up so they can turn around and just snatch the oxygen and pull it, and rightly so. You can't be on here playing games. You can't be on here playing games. And G Money, I see your what when it comes to the parents. This is what I was saying earlier through the week when I was doing lives mixed in with other stuff, is that Rkelly, they won. Everybody came up out that courtroom and said she unleashed the beast on her parents. And those are my words when I say unleash the beast. Paraphrasing to some things that they said, because they were saying other stuff. Just rolled on them and been rolling on them. They beat her every day so she can sound like a Michael Jackson story. Some of the stuff she's been saying sounds like it's mixed up in other people's lives from other stories. So, and she's been inconsistent. The judge was getting frustrated. They said at one point the prosecutors objected to Attorney Cannon voice being escalated while he was questioning her, and they jumped up and they said, "Objection, he's yelling," or he's being aggressive towards her while he's questioning her, and the judge said overruled and said continue, and he went right back to his voice being escalated while questioning her. Well, they said the judge was, they said they could see the frustration in the judge's face by these antics she was using in court. And this putting on she was up there doing. The judge was like, overruled, continue. This is not funny, but at the same time, this stuff is comical. This is comical. It's not funny because this is somebody's life. It's not funny because you're wasting court's time. It's not funny when you come with an ulterior motive and no facts and no proof. It's not funny when you assassinate somebody's character. If you said it, prove it. Science is provable. Then you bringing in secondhand people who wasn't even there when the deal went down to be a witness for you. Again, who are these prosecutors? Right, you said you done. So this is what I'm gonna do. Let me do this. This what I'm gonna do. All right. I've done this before years ago in the past, and then I was like, Lord, like Lord have mercy, Jesus. Let me. Oh, that's my options for more now. All right. What? All right. So there it is. Let me refresh. The link should be in the chat. If you want to come up and you have something constructive to say about this topic, which entails a host of topics, as it relates to what we're talking about now, Rkelly, and your perception or perspective on things to date, even though it's not finished, it's not over. There it is. The link is out there. Do you all see the link? Still don't see the link. The link should be in the chat. Do you all see the link in the chat? Because I don't see it. And I know, all right. This way. Should be in there. Since I don't see it. I don't see it. Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Since I don't see that link, I just dropped it in chat and it should be showing up. I don't see it. I'm going to do it this way. As soon as there's loads in the background, it's taking a long time now. Taking a long time now. There it is. So that's there. Oh. Let me exit out of some of this stuff in my background. There it is. So I'm going to drop the link again. Because I don't see it here. So I'll drop the link again. Anybody want to come up with something to say? Because we always have something to say. We got something to say today. But see, that's me. Sending it to myself. Y'all can come on up. You should have seen the link. Okay. I don't know why my cell phone is acting up today. Here we go. Now I got it. I will thank you. Sitting up here copying links, and here we go. Now, I posted it again because it didn't show it when I posted it on Zoom. But if you want to come up, if you have something to say, you can kind of come up today because we always have something to say constructive. I'll see if people come up. Let me get my view together. Gallery view. That's where I want to be at, in the gallery view. That's right. So, like I said, it's been years since I've done this. The last time I did it, some lady got up here and was in the background going off on some kids, and I was like, Lord, we ain't doing that. So there it is. I'll see if somebody comes up. Somebody come up. If you don't, I'm gonna wrap it up. Don't be scared. I'll give y'all a few more minutes. I'll give y'all a few more minutes, then I'm gonna get off here and watch some of these transcript readings. And then, like I said, I'll hook up with one of the ladies who have been going there who purchased transcripts to get the pages that I want from this trial, because I don't want the prosecutor's side. Right now, I want the defense side. And when it's the defense turn, then I want both sides. Then I'll be more focused on what the prosecutors are asking the witnesses who will take the stand on behalf of Rkelly. Again, the link is in the chat. If you want to come up because you have something constructive to say, and this is the segment, we always have something to say. The link is in the chat. It's been a long time since I've dropped the link in my chat. Really, it's been almost over, probably, yeah, it's probably been almost 3 years. At least 2.5, yeah, probably about 3 years, 3.5 years, because only a certain amount of whatever that I can. So there it is again. If you have something to say pertaining to this and you want to come up here and boldly say it, let them know you always have something to say. And you definitely have something to say about this. Now, people have been asking in various chats, and then some of the people have trial have been asking too, where are these other artists who seem like they should be coming out supporting Rkelly? Well, many of them are scared. They have skeletons in their own closet, or they don't want to be a target of the Me Too. Or let's get to another main reason. They don't want to mess their money up. So there it is. The link is in the chat. So you want to come up and say something boldly pertaining to this, pertaining to this, even pertaining to what was discussed earlier. Come on up. Link is in the chat. Oh, people, oh. The link is in the chat. Yvonne, you still laughing? The link is in the chat. What? Don't nobody want to come up? And it's all good if don't nobody want to come up. But know this in advance. I have ejected people in the past, and I don't have a problem ejecting you if I think you're going down a different path or you're going too far, or if it gets to a place where I just think what you're saying is not productive as it pertains to this conversation, or if you attempt to come up and try to be a little bit combative, we can have conversations. But if you think you're gonna come up here and I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, let you say what you're gonna say, and then I'm gonna shut it down. I'm not doing the back and forth unless I'm having conversations with attorneys and they are presenting a side, or judge and I'm presenting a side, or someone in my field and they're presenting a side and I'm presenting a side. Iran, you talking about the lady in the red dress? Okay. P legal, I will say this. He can get them for that too. But here in Michigan, we had this blues station in Michigan that never stopped playing R. Kelly's music. Let me say it, in Michigan. We had this blues station that come on in Detroit. They never stopped playing his music. And the blues station come on when they come on with their segment, during that, what, 2-3 hours that they come on, they play whoever they want to play. And for the last few years, through their segment, when they come on, they've been playing R. Kelly. And that's the new state. That's a station, radio station out of Detroit. They never stopped playing them during that blues section. And then during the regular session for somebody else, they be playing them too. But the blues station here, and that blues station out of Detroit, they never stopped playing this stuff. They sure didn't. And the DJs around here, they play it too. Because if they want to go there, and could we really start going off into other people's lives like that? Like other artists who they love, Elvis Presley, Jerry Lee Lewis, Kid Rock. Not saying that but he's, he got some racist issues. You'll have to start going through all of the artists. Now, I'm only naming the men, but it's some female artists who can be brought up on some charges too. Let the record show. Let me say it again, it's some female artists who could be brought up on some charges too, if you want to go down that road. Let the record show. If we really want to start conducting investigations and going through people's lives and their sexual exploitations, their sex exploitations, getting off into their affairs like that, as well as looking at their financials, saying, oh, let's bring in people who can validly give reasoning to why forensic audits should be conducted into their finances. If we really want to start going there, pulling in other people. So I think people need to look for the evidence as usual. Like I said, we all about science. We believe in science over here. We believe in letting the record show over here. We believe in the facts, concrete facts, evidence, untampered with. We believe in that over here. You can say anything, but what can you prove? So I'm still waiting. And oh, the other one, and I meant to show the other people, but I'm sure they're probably doing the reenactment reading by now. Everybody's been saying, whoever, even Hollywood Next said it too, but all of the women who've been in there have been saying, whoever, what is this lady name? Some lady who's allegedly supposed to have some shirt or have some evidence, is supposed to testify, who says she can't be there because of some family issues or whatever. And the judge is basically saying, they said, the judge said, why can't she be here? She can't do no Zoom in. She needs to Zoom herself here. For the prosecution side, they said, no, she needs to come in person. So it may be a possible warrant issue for her if she does not show up in person. Whoever, I can't remember what they said her name is, but I think they said a Kim something or somebody something. Somebody who's been on YouTube and have been all over social media with talking again, just running off at the mouth. Well, P legal, we'll see. We'll see how many witnesses get impeached during this trial. When it's time to wrap up, how many witnesses they really impeached? That means their testimony won't mean nothing. Won't even be considered. We'll see. So nobody wants to come up. I said I'll give it a few minutes. All right. Having said that, I'm gonna go get some substance in me. Thank you all for watching. You all have a pleasant evening and a pleasant night. Watch the community wall. If you are interested in this case, I will be posting from other channels for people who have been inside the courtroom with firsthand knowledge, because they have been given the info that the reporters, the traditional news media, has not been given. Make sure you watch the community wall. You want that information. Right. Impeachment and perjury, but they've been hinting towards impeachment, but we'll see. We'll see whether they get them for all of the above or some of the above. So watch the community wall as it pertains to this, and then get back to the regular stuff. I gotta go back. I gotta get to these hacks. Again, this was an early live, and so I'm gonna get off here. And now that I'm caught up to a degree and extent, there will be no reason for me to come to do a live this early, unless I'm out or to go somewhere. But when I'm at home, I'm gonna stick to the evening times of the day. Okay. Now, because I've been on here a long time. Now, having said that, thank you so much for streaming, everybody. Let's remember this: if we can look up, we can get up, we can get up, we can go up. You all have a pleasant evening and a pleasant night. Bye-bye, everybody. I'm gonna edit this and get my icons up here and get my descriptions in the list. Have a pleasant one, everybody. And thanks for sharing, Monica Mo and others.